Chapter 634. You are not eating. Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at Emperor God Wu Ming in his hand. Kill me, I will not eat it. Emperor God Wu Ming roared stubbornly. Ha, I have a way to make you eat it. Yi Hao looked at Emperor God Wu Ming and laughed loudly. Emperor God Wu Ming snorted coldly. Apparently, he did not believe Yi Hao. After all, he was the one with the mouth. Even if Yi Hao tortured him to death, he would not eat it. What could Yi Hao do? Yi Hao wore an inexplicable smile as he looked at the few old ancestors of Wu Ming divine nation. When Yi Hao looked at them, the few old ancestors could not help but panic. They were afraid of Yi Hao and took half a step back. If any of you feed him shit, I will spare his life, Yi Hao said to the 5 old ancestors of Wu Ming divine nation. Are you serious? The few old ancestors looked at the 10 buckets of feces. At this moment, the buckets of feces had become treasures in their eyes. After all, it was their chance to live. I am a man of my word. The few old ancestors looked at Yi Hao and realized that he was not lying to them. They immediately flew to the buckets of feces. What are you trying to do? I am the emperor of Wu Ming divine nation. Emperor God Wu Ming panicked when he saw the actions of the old ancestors. Your Majesty, I am sorry. We have no other choice. An old ancestor carried the wooden bucket and walked to Emperor God Wu Ming. Old ancestor, you can't do this to me. I am the Emperor God of Wu Ming divine nation. No, under Emperor God Wu Ming's panicked gaze, an old ancestor walked in front of Emperor God Wu Ming and pinched open his mouth. He carried the bucket of feces and poured it into Emperor God Wu Ming's mouth. Suddenly, a stench filled the air. The old ancestor held his breath and resisted the urge to vomit. He poured the feces into Emperor God Wu Ming's mouth slowly. However, he was afraid that Yi Hao would find fault with him, so the patriarch was very careful. It was as if he didn't want to waste any of it. As for Emperor God Wu Ming, he was struggling with all his might. However, he was locked down by ancestors' power of martial arts. Pour out another bucket and you'll be able to live. Yi Hao looked at the patriarch with satisfaction. However, this kind of scene was indeed slightly disgusting. However, the person he was dealing with was God Emperor Wu Ming. This was revenge for God Emperor Mo. Even if it was disgusting, Yi Hao would still do it. Thank you, Your Majesty Yi Hao. When the patriarch heard Yi Hao's words, it was as if he had heard the sound of nature. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The other patriarchs all looked at that patriarch with envy. Blurg. As for the other bystanders, they were unable to accept this scene. Many of them even began to retch. After all, this was a living person eating shit. Even though they had lived for so long, this was the first time they had seen something like this. Furthermore, this was not just anyone eating shit. This was the famous God Emperor Wu Ming in the myriad countries continent. God Emperor Wu Ming being fed shit by a few patriarchs of the Wu Ming kingdom. This news would definitely cause a commotion in the myriad countries continent. Yi Hao, you're mighty. Yi Hao is mighty. Yi Hao is mighty. On the other hand, it was the soldiers of God Mo kingdom who were humiliated by God Emperor Wu Ming. Until now, they were still suppressing their anger. However, when they saw God Emperor Wu Ming's miserable look, bucket after bucket of shit was poured into God Emperor Wu Ming's mouth. The soldiers of God Mo kingdom felt their blood boiling as they looked at Yi Hao with admiration and shouted emotionally. This lad, I did not see wrongly. God Emperor Mo felt relieved when he saw God Emperor Wu Ming eating shit. After all, he was almost forced to eat shit by God Emperor Wu Ming. To him, that was an absolute humiliation. If not for Yi Hao's timely arrival, the one eating shit would not be God Emperor Wu Ming, but him. Looking at God Emperor Wu Ming's painful expression, God Emperor Mo let out a sigh of relief. This brat is really an eye for an eye for an eye. Yeah, look at how God Emperor Wu Ming ended up in such a state. I can't help but sigh at the impermanence of life. No matter who you offend, don't offend this lad. The patriarchs of Purple Sky Divine Kingdom kept looking at Yi Hao and God Emperor Wu Ming as they discussed softly. Your Majesty Yi Hao, we have fed him the shit. Can you let us go now? The few old ancestors of the Wu Ming divine nation finally poured all the excrement into the mouth of the Wu Ming divine emperor with tremendous effort. Then, they looked at Yi Hao with a fawning look. Cut off one of his arms or legs before you leave. Yi Hao pointed at God Emperor Wu Ming, who was lying on the ground vomiting. Hearing Yi Hao's words, God Emperor Wu Ming, who was vomiting, could no longer be bothered to vomit and shivered. He looked at the patriarchs coldly and said, "You have already messed up the order of the imperial court by doing this to me. If you hurt me again, will you be able to feel at ease?" Hearing God Emperor Wu Ming's words, the patriarchs' faces turned ugly because God Emperor Wu Ming was right. No matter what, God Emperor Wu Ming was the legitimate God Emperor of Wu Ming Kingdom. According to the teachings of their ancestors, their duty as patriarchs was to protect the past emperors. However, in order to survive, they had already done something disrespectful to God Emperor Wu Ming. If they were to cut off God Emperor Wu Ming's arms, they would not be able to turn back. After all, they were the patriarchs of Wu Ming Kingdom and the guardians of the emperor. In the end, not only did they not protect the emperor, they even hurt their own emperor. "Your Majesty Yi Hao, I wonder if we can change our request." One of the patriarchs looked at Yi Hao cautiously and asked, "Do you have a choice in front of me?" Yi Hao looked at the patriarchs of Wu Ming Kingdom coldly and did not give them any face. The patriarchs looked at each other and nodded at the same time. As though they had made a decision, they took out their weapons and walked towards God Emperor Wu Ming. "You are the disgrace of Wu Ming Kingdom. You are not fit to be the patriarchs of Wu Ming Kingdom. Our ancestors will not let you off." Seeing that the patriarchs were really going to attack him, God Emperor Wu Ming was disheartened and shouted with an ashen face, "Your Majesty, you are right." The patriarchs suddenly turned around and launched their strongest attacks towards Yi Hao. No matter what, they had a bottom line. They had a tacit understanding. Therefore, they walked towards Yi Hao to let down Yi Hao's guard. After everyone had let down their guard, they would join forces to kill Yi Hao. This was because they were not only afraid of Yi Hao, but also God Emperor Mo and the patriarchs of Purple Sky Divine Kingdom. With these people around, they would not be able to gain the upper hand if they were to fight. However, as long as these people let down their guard, they would be able to attack Yi Hao. They believed that no matter how strong Yi Hao was, he would not be able to block the attacks of the five of them. As long as they could kill Yi Hao, the problem in front of them would naturally be solved. This was because they realized that no matter if it was Purple Sky Divine Kingdom or God Emperor Mo Kingdom, Yi Hao was their leader. In other words, the reason why these few forces could join forces to attack Wu Ming Kingdom was because of Yi Hao. Chapter 635. Old Ancestors, I have wronged you. Kill that bastard. Emperor God Wu Ming closed his eyes in disappointment. However, he realized that the old ancestors did not attack him. Instead, they turned around and attacked Yi Hao. Emperor God Wu Ming looked at Yi Hao with hatred in his eyes as he roared, "Your Majesty, we have no choice but to do so. We will definitely kill this lad and wash away the shame for your Majesty. Little bastard, go to hell." The old ancestors of Wu Ming Holy Nation shouted as they gathered their martial strength. They were ready to attack Yi Hao. Good timing. Yi Hao did not show the slightest hint of fear when he saw the patriarchs charging towards him. Instead, he was secretly delighted. What is this lad doing? Why does he look so weird? The old ancestors were disappointed when they did not see any fear on Yi Hao's face. They started to have doubts. "Yi Hao, be careful." Mo Jingfang shouted anxiously when she saw the old ancestors rushing towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao, an expert. The soldiers started to worry about Yi Hao as they looked at Yi Hao anxiously. "Quick, help him." Emperor God Mo and the old ancestors of Purple Sky Divine Kingdom reacted quickly when they saw the old ancestors of Wu Ming Holy Nation attacking. "Well done, old ancestor. I knew that old ancestor had his reasons for doing so. Old ancestor, kill that little bastard and wash away the shame of Wu Ming Holy Nation. No matter how powerful that lad is, he will not be able to stop the attacks of the five old ancestors. Old ancestor, you will win." The soldiers of Wu Ming Holy Nation, who were in low spirits, were excited again as they shouted excitedly. Looking at the boiling martial strength around him, he realized that the space around him had been sealed off by the old ancestors of Wu Ming Holy Nation. If it had been someone else, even Emperor God Mo, who was a rank 4 ultimate martial god, he would have died. However, Yi Hao had a smile on his face. He suddenly clenched his fists and said, "I'll let you know what true martial strength is." 1/. Yi Hao roared. He immediately used the 1/ that he had comprehended in the secret realm. Yi Hao took out the bloodstained dual sabers. The bloodstained dual sabers seemed to be able to sense the dangerous aura in the surroundings and actually emitted a rumbling sound. This saber was just a superficial martial skill that he had comprehended in the secret realm. However, the system's evaluation was that it was a super heavenly tribulation. This was definitely his strongest martial path. After using the saber, Yi Hao felt that more than half of the martial arts power in his body had been sucked away. However, he did not display his martial power. Instead, he poured it into the blood-scarred dual sabers. Looking at it with the naked eye, one would only feel that the blood-scarred dual sabers did not change. Yi Hao was speechless at the amount of martial Dao power that was drained. One had to know that even though he was a 9th order martial god, his martial Dao strength was not at the 9th order martial god realm. Instead, it was an entire realm above the 9th order martial god realm. With such a cultivation level, the amount of martial Dao power that could be stored was absolutely terrifying. However, it was this terrifying amount of martial Dao power that was drained by half in an instant. One had to know that when he used the earth-devouring palm, the amount of martial Dao power consumed was not more than 1%. Wouldn't that mean that if it was an ordinary peak martial god realm expert or even an ultimate martial god realm expert, he would not even be able to use this saber technique? After Yi Hao used the saber, he instantly had a strange feeling that he had never felt before. It was as if any weapon in the world was not as powerful as his saber. This saber could fight the heavens and the earth. It was as if he was the only one in the world. Moreover, countless insights about saber intent appeared in Yi Hao's mind. Yi Hao's entire mind was immersed in a mysterious feeling as he comprehended the saber intent. However, Yi Hao did not realize that when he used the saber, the few imperial soldiers below were using sabers as weapons. At that moment, all the sabers began to tremble and emit rumbling sounds. It was as if all the sabers were bowing towards Yi Hao. One with the saber, heavenly realm. When Emperor God Mo saw this, he was shocked and said in a daze. He did not expect that such a legendary thing would actually appear. "Grandfather, what is one with the saber, heavenly realm? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Mo Jingfang looked around in shock. All the sabers were no longer under the control of their owners and were emitting rumbling sounds. This scene was very frightening to look at. Even Mo Jingfang herself was looking at her surroundings vigilantly, because she was really afraid that if those sabers were out of control and started attacking, she would have nowhere to run. This is a legend. Legend has it that when a person reaches a certain level of understanding towards a certain weapon, such a situation would occur. Emperor God Mo looked at Yi Hao in the sky. Originally, he thought that Yi Hao had shocked him enough and that he had understood Yi Hao well enough. But now, it seemed that Yi Hao would only give him more and more surprises. He was unable to fully understand Yi Hao, because too many unbelievable things had happened to Yi Hao. Watch Yi Hao's attack carefully. If you can understand a thing or two from it, it will definitely be beneficial to you. When Emperor God Mo saw that Yi Hao had reached such a level, he knew that the few old ancestors of Wu Ming Divine Nation were no match for Yi Hao. Thus, God Emperor Mo stood at his original spot and didn't go up to help. Instead, he spoke to Mo Jingfang. "What's going on? Why can't I control my saber? My saber is a saint weapon. It has recognized its owner. Why does it seem to be out of my control? How did Yi Hao do it? To control everyone's weapons, this is too terrifying." At this moment, all the soldiers who had sabers were shocked beyond words. No matter which empire they were from, they were all speechless. Everyone placed their gazes onto Yi Hao at this time, afraid that they would miss something. The blood-stained twin sabers in Yi Hao's hands looked very ordinary as they slowly slashed in all directions. Yi Hao's attack didn't seem to be flashy at all. It was just a simple slash. The slash looked as if Yi Hao had just slashed out casually. Huh. Many people looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. They didn't understand why Yi Hao was all talk and no action. How could a casual swing of the saber injure the 5 patriarchs? Only the experts in the ultimate martial god realm could see how terrifying Yi Hao's simple slash was. They could see the aura of death from the slash. It was a threat to their lives. At this moment, only the 5 old ancestors of Wu Ming divine nation could feel how powerful the slash was. They discovered that the instant Yi Hao used a martial skill, the martial skills they used were instantly locked down. It wasn't just their martial skills. They felt that they were locked. They wanted to move, but they couldn't. The 5 old ancestors only had eyes for the blood-stained dual sabers in Yi Hao's hands. Chapter 636. The 5 old ancestors could only watch as the crimson blade slit their necks. Everything seemed slow, but it happened in an instant. When the heads of the 5 old ancestors fell to the ground, everyone reacted. Why didn't our old ancestors dodge his attack when his attack was so slow? Have the 5 ancestors lost their minds? They died for nothing. It was such a simple attack and the 5 old ancestors didn't even fight back. They were killed. At that moment, the soldiers of Endless Darkness Holy Nation went crazy when they saw the 5 old ancestors' bodies. The reason for that was because the 5 patriarchs were their guardians. Now that their guardians had been killed, it was even more hopeless for them to stay alive. However, what made them even more confused was why the 5 old ancestors didn't dodge Yi Hao's attack when it was so slow. How could he be so strong? The soldiers of Endless Darkness Holy Nation were in a daze as they muttered in disbelief. When the soldiers of Endless Darkness Holy Nation heard what Emperor God Wu Ming had said, they looked at Emperor God Wu Ming strangely. They didn't understand why Emperor God Wu Ming said that. Was Emperor God Wu Ming really scared out of his wits? One had to know that in their opinion, even an ordinary person, not a warrior, would be able to use that saber move. They couldn't tell how powerful such an ordinary attack was. I, Endless Darkness, am dead. Emperor God Wu Ming looked up and sighed. His tone was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't answer the soldiers because this was the difference in cultivation level. Even if he explained, they wouldn't understand. Because even he could only see the trajectory of the saber just now. It was so fast that it was terrifying. The extreme state of fast was slow. That was why many people said that the attack was slow. However, none of the true experts of the extreme martial god realm dared to say that. This was because they had a feeling that they wouldn't be able to resist Yi Hao's attack at all. Soldiers of Endless Darkness Holy Nation, listen up. Emperor God Wu Ming suddenly stood up and looked at the soldiers of Endless Darkness Holy Nation reluctantly. Every soldier was in low spirits, not to mention their fighting spirit. They were venting their dissatisfaction and discussing the death of their old ancestors. Although Emperor God Wu Ming was already in such a miserable state, his prestige was still present. Therefore, he immediately received the shouts of all the soldiers. All the soldiers drew their weapons. Now that the patriarch was dead, it was time for the final battle. Whether they lived or died, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Put down your weapons and surrender. Emperor God Wu Ming didn't notice that his voice was trembling when he said this. 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes. A god emperor cried. Emperor God Wu Ming recalled his glorious life. Up until now, he had never cried. This time, he could no longer hold it in. What? Hearing what Emperor God Wu Ming had said, be it the soldiers of Wu Ming Holy Kingdom or the remaining soldiers, all of them were stunned. Initially, they thought that the real war was coming and that Emperor God Wu Ming was going to fight to the death. However, they had never expected that Emperor God Wu Ming would actually give the order to surrender. Your Majesty, let's fight it out with them. Your Majesty, why are we surrendering? Although we are outnumbered, we can still fight. Your Majesty, we will only know who is stronger and who is weaker after a fight. We can't surrender now. Emperor God Wu Ming wasn't an emperor god for nothing. He had many trusted generals under him and all of them wanted to fight. This is my last decree. Emperor God Wu Ming's tone was unquestionable. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to fight. After seeing how powerful Yi Hao was, he was completely subdued by Yi Hao. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would only let the soldiers of Wu Ming Holy Kingdom die in vain and it wouldn't change the outcome. Since this was the case, as an emperor god, why didn't he find a way out for his subordinates? Your Majesty Yi Hao, I hope that you will treat them well. Emperor God Wu Ming looked at Yi Hao after seeing that all the soldiers had put down their weapons. Unsurprisingly, Emperor God Wu Ming surrendered to Yi Hao and not to Emperor God Bi Zitian or Emperor God Mo. Because he knew that his subordinates would only have a good future if they followed Yi Hao. If they followed anyone else, they would definitely end up in Yi Hao's hands. Since this was the case, why didn't they follow Yi Hao from the start? Moreover, even if they were given to Emperor God Bi Zitian or Emperor God Mo, the two of them wouldn't dare to accept them. Yi Hao was also surprised by Emperor God Wu Ming's decision. He didn't expect Emperor God Wu Ming to be so magnanimous at the last moment. Putting aside everything that had happened before, Emperor God Wu Ming was already considered a good emperor god to think for his subordinates at the last moment. According to the thinking of a normal person, with millions of soldiers in hand, they would definitely fight to the death. However, Emperor God Wu Ming didn't do that. Looking at the sincerity in Emperor God Wu Ming's eyes, Yi Hao nodded. As long as they are sincere to me, I will treat them all equally. Then, I thank your Majesty Yi Hao. Let me remind your Majesty that the upper world is dangerous. I hope that you will be careful. What do you mean? Hearing Emperor God Wu Ming's words, Yi Hao's eyes turned cold. He thought that Emperor God Wu Ming's words weren't said casually. There must be something hidden within. I am only saying this much. Emperor God Wu Ming shook his head. He then looked at his subordinates and said reluctantly, "Goodbye, my people. Goodbye, Myriad Kingdom Continent. Goodbye, Wu Ming Holy Nation. You can live." Yi Hao looked at Emperor God Wu Ming's appearance. The killing intent in his heart wasn't as strong as it was at the beginning. After all, this was a war of kingship. The winner would be the king and the loser would be the bandit. No one could change this. However, Emperor God Wu Ming's final actions changed his opinion of Emperor God Wu Ming. After all, a person who could think for his subordinates, how bad could he be? Such a person was definitely worthy of respect. Haha, I thank your Majesty Yi Hao for your kind intentions. However, what's the point of living as a walking corpse? I will only feel worse if I watch my country being destroyed. Emperor God Wu Ming said. He then pulled out his sword and cut his own throat. Your Majesty. Many soldiers of Wu Ming Holy Nation cried out in grief the moment Emperor God Wu Ming died. That's right. At the last moment, Emperor God Wu Ming sacrificed his life for them. This moved them completely. Bury Emperor God Wu Ming with the highest ceremony in all the holy nations. Bury him according to the standards of an emperor god. Seeing Emperor God Wu Ming commit suicide, Yi Hao gave the order immediately. Those who were worthy of his respect would naturally receive the best treatment. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the soldiers of Wu Ming Holy Nation immediately shed tears of gratitude. After all, there weren't many people who could treat their enemies as well as Yi Hao. Chapter 637. Yi Hao used 3 days of coercion and bribery to raise everyone's loyalty to more than 80%. The Wu Ming god nation that was famous in the Myriad Kingdom continent for hundreds of thousands of years was officially declared dead. But before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. That damned unfilial son, how dare he do such a thing? At this moment, God Emperor Mo's face was filled with anger as he looked at Yi Hao apologetically. Yi Hao, leave this matter to this old man. This old man will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. God Emperor Mo looked at Yi Hao and said. At this moment, Yi Hao's face was gloomy. I will personally deal with this matter. God Emperor Mo swallowed his saliva as his face was filled with guilt. This matter is all Mo Xian's fault. Those soldiers must have been bewitched by that unfilial son. Can you not hurt those soldiers? Yi Hao did not speak. At this moment, he only wanted to tear Mo Xian into pieces. Because news had just spread. Mo Xian had used some unknown method to ally with the remaining forces of Zhentian God Nation. But that wasn't the end of it. What was even more suicidal was that he suddenly sent troops to attack the Violet Heaven God Kingdom and capture the Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian. He had even threatened to kill Yi Hao and Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian if he did not surrender. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Hao's killing intent surged. Everyone, attack! Yi Hao ordered. Then, Yi Hao looked at God Emperor Mo. God Emperor Mo, don't follow me. I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable when the time comes. I'll go with you personally. This old man will personally kill that unfilial son. At the same time, I'll represent the entire Mo God Nation to submit to you. There will no longer be a Mo God Nation in this world. This old man pleads your majesty not to kill your own soldiers. At this moment, God Emperor Mo had made his decision. He knew that resistance would be futile. Moreover, Yi Hao's goal was to unify the myriad kingdom continent. Rather than making things difficult, he might as well surrender. Moreover, he knew that if Mo Xian went against Yi Hao, he would not have a good ending. After all, both the heaven-shaking God Emperor and the profound God Emperor had died at the hands of Yi Hao. What right did he have to oppose Yi Hao? Right now, he wasn't worried about Mo Stain's life or death, but the lives of the Ink God Nation's soldiers. He was already bitterly disappointed in Ink. But the soldiers of the Divine Ink Nation were all personally groomed by him. They were all sentimental. Although these soldiers would belong to Yi Hao if they joined Yi Hao, it was still better than sacrificing them for nothing. Emperor God Mo, you've really made up your mind. Yi Hao looked at Emperor God Mo in surprise. However, his expression was solemn as he asked. Because if God Emperor Mo did that, he would be able to reduce the entanglement in his heart. Because no one can stop the unification of the 10,000 countries continent. However, he had that kind of relationship with Mo Jingfang. Furthermore, God Emperor Mo had helped him before. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This was Yi Hao's principle. Therefore, this gave Yi Hao a difficult problem. Should he make a move against the Ink God Nation? After all, if the Ink God Nation was unwilling to surrender, he could only rely on his military strength to suppress them. But if he relied on his military strength to suppress them, he would feel uneasy. But now that God Emperor Mo took the initiative to suggest it, he would remove the knot in his heart. As for God Emperor Mo's question, it wasn't that he couldn't agree to it. What he was angry about was that Mo Xian had to touch his own family. If he wanted to kill Mo Xian, even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. As for those soldiers, they were merely commanded by Mo Xian. They didn't have the right to refuse. Therefore, he could kill them or not. But these people had touched his family. That was different. Even if they were just following Mo Xian's orders, they couldn't do it. Because they couldn't touch his family. However, looking at God Emperor Mo's face filled with anticipation and even pleading, Yi Hao sighed, "I'll try my best." Hearing Yi Hao's words, God Emperor Mo knew that he didn't have to say anything more. "Your Majesty, that Yi Hao will definitely bring his army over. Is it really okay for us to kidnap his parents?" In the Purple Heaven Divine Kingdom's palace, an old ancestor asked Mo Xian worriedly. "Mph, what's there to be afraid of? His parents are in my hands. I don't believe that he won't compromise." Mo Xian snorted coldly. The past few days of Mo Xian could be said to be the most exciting days of his life. After returning to the Divine Ink Nation with a few old ancestors, he used ruthless methods to control all the experts of the Divine Ink Nation. That wasn't the end. He used a huge temptation and at the same time, made use of Yi Hao's killing of Heaven-Shaking God Emperor as a catalyst to subdue the remaining forces of the Heaven-Shaking God Nation. And now, the number of experts in his hands was much more than when the Divine Ink Nation was at its peak. Originally, this was more or less enough. He could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He could watch the battle between Yi Hao and the Wu Ming God Nation. But who would have thought that not long after, he received news that Yi Hao had killed Wu Ming God Emperor and the old ancestors of the Wu Ming God Nation. At the same time, he subdued all the soldiers of the Wu Ming God Nation. When he heard this news, he panicked a little. Because even if it wasn't because of the relationship between Yi Hao and Mo Jingfang, just based on the fact that he left with the army at the crucial moment of the battle between God Emperor Mo and the Wu Ming God Nation, Yi Hao would definitely not let him off easily. Moreover, he felt that with God Emperor Mo's temper, he would definitely not let him off. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but scold Wu Ming God Emperor for being useless. He couldn't even kill Yi Hao. Although he complained, it was useless. But he didn't want to give up the throne that he had just obtained. After all, the feeling of being the emperor for the past few days was simply too great. And if he lost the throne, his ending would be incomparably tragic. Therefore, he thought of a risky move, which was to force Yi Hao to submit. Since he had already reached this stage, he wasn't afraid of offending Yi Hao anymore. Therefore, he directly sent troops to attack the Purple Sky God Nation and captured the Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian. He believed that with the Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian in his hands, Yi Hao wouldn't dare to act rashly. Let's go and take a look in the prison. When he thought of the Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian, Moji felt a little uneasy and said to the old ancestor beside him. Now that Moji had specially requested for an old ancestor to follow by his side to protect his safety, one could see how deep Moji's fear of Yi Hao was. Moji passed through many prisons, each of which was heavily guarded. When he reached the deepest part of the prison, 2 old ancestors were summoned. 2 old ancestors, did anything happen? Moji looked at the 2 old ancestors and asked. The 2 old ancestors immediately replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. With the 2 of us watching, nothing will happen." "That's good. Open the door and let me in to take a look." Moji was relieved after hearing the old ancestors' words. After all, the Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian were his trump cards. Whether he lived or died completely depended on the Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian. He believed that with Yi Hao's filial piety, he would definitely obediently submit to him. "How's life here, Imperial Aunt?" Moji walked into the prison and looked at the Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian, who were tied up with special chains, and asked jokingly. Chapter 638. Slap. Hearing the Imperial Aunt's curse, Mo Yi did not hold back and walked forward to slap her. "Stinking woman, do you really think you're still my Imperial Aunt? You're just a prisoner now, a chess piece of mine," Mo Yi said with disdain. "But you're still quite beautiful. You're indeed the Imperial Aunt of the Purple Sky Divine Kingdom. I wonder if it's a different feeling when doing that." Although the Imperial Aunt was not young, she maintained herself very well. Her skin was very white, no different from a young girl's skin. In fact, it was much fairer. Moreover, the Imperial Aunt had the temperament of a superior, which made people want to conquer her. The more Mo Yi looked at the Imperial Aunt, the more the evil fire in her heart boiled. Mo Yi looked around and saw that there was no one around. Suddenly, she laughed lewdly. "Beauty, please serve this emperor well. You dare." The Imperial Aunt's eyes turned cold as she shouted. No matter what, the Imperial Aunt had experienced more than Mo Yi. Moreover, the aura that she had cultivated for a long time, although she did not have the slightest strength at this moment, she still scared Mo Yi. When Mo Yi heard the Imperial Aunt's shout, she subconsciously took half a step back. Then, Mo Yi reacted, "H, you don't have any cultivation at all. Why should I be afraid of you? I'll sleep with you first." Thinking of this, Mo Yi's heart hardened and she wanted to take off the Imperial Aunt's clothes. "Cough, Your Majesty." At this moment, the old ancestor suddenly coughed behind her. "What's the matter?" Mo Yi was very unhappy that her interest was disturbed. She asked coldly. The old ancestor wrinkled his eyes. He did not expect that at this time, Mo Yi still did not do her job and still had the leisure to do this kind of thing. He did not know whether it was right or wrong to let this kind of person be the Divine Emperor of Divine Emperor Mo. However, the old ancestor suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said, "That Yi Hao has already brought an army to the border. Your Majesty, please lead the army to stop them." "I know. Watch her carefully." Although Mo Yi was unhappy that she could not sleep with the Imperial Aunt, she knew what was more important. After speaking to the old ancestor, she tidied up her clothes and left the dungeon. "Yi Hao, you brat, if you want to save your parents, kneel before this emperor." Moji arrived in front of the two armies under the protection of the patriarch. Although Moji was prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the soldiers behind Yi Hao. This was because the number of experts behind Yi Hao definitely exceeded the number of experts he had. But when she remembered that she had the imperial aunt and Yi Batian in her hands, the fear in her heart was instantly expelled. As long as he had imperial aunt and Yi Batian in his hands, he had nothing to fear. Unfilial son, stop your evil deeds. Hurry up and release him. God Emperor Mo suddenly walked out from the crowd and pointed at Mo angrily. It's His Majesty. His Majesty is still alive. But didn't the second prince say that His Majesty had passed away? What's going on? Did His Majesty lie to us? Upon seeing God Emperor Mo's appearance, the Motion Nation's camp immediately broke out into a commotion. Hearing the commotion from the army behind him, Moji coldly shouted, "Silence!" In order to cooperate with Moji, the two patriarchs beside Moji immediately released their aura. When the soldiers of the Motion Nation heard Moji's cold shout and felt the aura from his body, they could only keep quiet. But each and every one of them looked at Moji, wanting to get an answer from him. Moji knew that it wasn't easy to be perfunctory at this moment, so he gathered his emotions and reprimanded God Emperor Mo. "Father, you have been bewitched by Yi Hao. It's time for you to wake up. Your son has never thought of seizing your position, but your son will definitely not watch the Motion Nation be lost in your hands. As long as father doesn't care about the matter between your son and Yi Hao, when this matter is over, your son will definitely welcome father back to the throne." Moji said a lot of things with great emotion. In short, the meaning was that God Emperor Mo had been bewitched by Yi Hao. He was afraid that God Emperor Mo would give the Motion Nation to Yi Hao for nothing. So he had no choice but to usurp the throne. But as long as God Emperor Mo didn't stand on Yi Hao's side, he was willing to return the throne. So that's the case. Second God's son has really put in a lot of effort. I didn't expect that His Majesty would be fooled by Yi Hao. But fortunately, Second God's son is reasonable. Luckily, Second God's son is here. Otherwise, the Motion Nation would have been taken away by Yi Hao. I've said that Second God's son must have his reasons for seizing the throne. Otherwise, the patriarchs wouldn't have supported him. Hearing the discussions of the soldiers behind him, Moji was secretly happy. He knew that his words had won over many people's hearts. Moji wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He had to establish his perfect image in the hearts of the people. As for returning the throne to God Emperor Mo, that was simply bullsh*t. It was absolutely impossible. At the end of his words, Moji even pretended to touch his eyes, as though he was crying. Unfilial son, you're really an unfilial son. God Emperor Mo didn't expect Moji to be so good at acting. With just a few words, he had won over the hearts of the people. God Emperor Mo was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. Listening carefully, God Emperor Mo was so angry that he was fuming with rage. "Your Majesty, please listen to Second God's son. He's doing this for the good of the Motion Nation. Your Majesty, please wake up. Don't be bewitched by Yi Hao. Don't be stubborn. Your Majesty, Second God's son is a good person. You can't ignore his advice." Hearing the words of the soldiers, Moji was even more delighted. He pretended to wipe his tears. "Father, you're making things difficult for me if you continue to stand on the side of the enemy. You." God Emperor Mo was so angry that he felt as though his lungs were about to explode. "Grandpa Mo, you don't have to reason with him. You're just looking for trouble." Looking at God Emperor Mo's angry face, Yi Hao couldn't help but advise. "Then what should we do now?" God Emperor Mo asked worriedly. After all, Yi Hao's parents were captured. He felt extremely guilty. He never thought that his son would be so rebellious. He even said that it was natural for him to usurp the throne. He originally wanted to advise Moji to surrender. He might be able to keep his life. After all, Moji was still his son. Even if his bones were broken, his tendons were still connected. But from the looks of it, Moji didn't want any chances at all. "Let's start the war. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed." Yi Hao looked at the camp of the Motion Nation and said solemnly, "But your parents?" God Emperor Mo looked at Yi Hao worriedly. If Yi Hao recklessly started a war, there was no guarantee that Mo Ji would be driven to desperate action and do something out of line. It's about time. Yi Hao looked at the direction of Zitian city and revealed a smile. Chapter 639. At this moment, there were dozens of heaven-devouring rats moving crazily under Zitian city. Behind these heaven-devouring rats, there was a young man who was following the heaven-devouring rats. That's right, this was Yi Hao's original body. As for the one who was chatting with Emperor God Mo in front of the two armies, it was just his clone. The reason why he had a clone above was to attract Mo Xian's attention. Yi Hao held a map in his hand. It was the layout of Zitian city. Yi Hao was afraid that Mo Xian would be on guard, so he relied on the heaven-devouring rats to travel underground. There are still 3 dungeons left. Let's take a look at this first. Yi Hao had not been idle. He had rushed to Zitian city before the army arrived. However, Zitian city was indeed the imperial capital of Zitian Divine Kingdom. Not to mention the size of the city, there were hundreds of dungeons and prisons. Until now, he had searched through hundreds of prison cells, but he still could not find his parents. The moment he could not find his parents, Yi Hao felt uneasy. Mo Xian, I will not let you off easily. Yi Hao's killing intent rose. Old 5, did you hear that? Did anything happen? In the dungeon where Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian were locked, one of the 2 old ancestors suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Movement. When Old 5 heard Old 4's words, he immediately released his thought. Suddenly, his gaze froze and he transmitted his thought to Old 4, underground. Old 4 had sensed it long ago. Without batting an eyelid, he held his weapon in his hand and stared at the ground. Attack. After a long time, Old 4 suddenly shouted. The 2 of them attacked the ground at the same time. Rumble. Under their attacks, the ground was like tofu, easily shattering into powder. One had to know that this was the ground of Zitian city. It was specially made, so its defense was naturally strong. However, it could not block the attacks of the 2. This was the strength of the ultimate martial god realm. There seems to be blood. He should be dead. Old 5, go and take a look. Old 4 looked at the blood seeping out from the ground and said. Old 5 nodded and carefully went forward to check. Bang! Just as All 5 approached, a figure suddenly charged out from the ground and slammed into All 5. All 5 didn't even have the chance to react. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew out and crashed into the ground. After struggling for a second, he died. All 5. Seeing All 5 fall to the ground, All 4 roared and attacked Yi Hao. Yi Hao glared at number 4 coldly. You're asking for it. Yi Hao could no longer control the rage in his heart. Just like when he attacked All 5 earlier, Yi Hao used his full strength without holding back. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to kill an ultimate martial god with a single punch. Yi Hao originally thought that All 4 was really not afraid of death and would charge forward. Who knew that All 4 would suddenly change directions halfway and run away? Trying to run? Yi Hao sneered when he saw Larosai's actions. No one in the ultimate martial god realm would be able to escape from him. 1,000 needles break. All 4 sensed the movement behind him and became nervous. He didn't expect Yi Hao to be so fast that he almost caught up with him. Without hesitation, All 4 used his famous hidden weapon. The hidden weapon he used was a magic needle made of special materials. Each needle was at the divine level and he had spent a lot of resources to make almost 1,000 of them. He would not use them unless he had no other choice. Moreover, he only needed one needle to launch a sneak attack on an expert of the same level and seriously injure him. Moreover, he had smeared a special poison on the needles. As long as someone touched the poison, they would be paralyzed and unable to use their martial arts power. This time, he sensed the aura of death from Yi Hao's body. Therefore, he was worried that he didn't have enough magic needles to hurt Yi Hao. So, he endured the pain and threw all his magic needles at Yi Hao. Such a petty trick. Looking at the densely packed needles that were shooting towards him, Yi Hao did not sense the slightest bit of danger. Yi Hao didn't defend himself. He ignored the magic needles and rushed toward all four. Ha ha ha, you're courting death. All four was stunned when he saw Yi Hao's action. Then, he was overjoyed. At first, he was worried that the magic needles wouldn't hurt Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao had underestimated his magic needles and was courting death. He couldn't blame all four. Old Four seemed to have already seen the scene of Yi Hao being pierced by 1,000 needles. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. All four looked at Yi Hao mockingly and a mocking smile appeared on his face. However, he was stunned in the next second. Bang! 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 All four looked at all four expectantly and the countless magic needles hit Yi Hao's body. However, they fell to the ground as if they had hit steel. On the other hand, Yi Hao wasn't hurt at all. This. All four looked at Yi Hao as if he was looking at a monster. He was speechless. He wondered if his needles had been swapped. Those were magic needles. How could they be so weak against Yi Hao? Run! All four reacted quickly. Since the magic needles couldn't hurt Yi Hao, then he was no match for Yi Hao. All four didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and started to run. You still want to run? Yi Hao waved his hand and a bunch of magic needles appeared in his hand. Yi Hao shot the magic needles at all four's back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magic needles pierced through the air and made the air explode. No! Hearing the piercing sound behind him, all four felt that his life was in danger. His courting death. Old Fourth regretted that he had not expected that the needle he had shot out would not only fail to attack Yi Hao, but instead become a weapon for Yi Hao to attack him. All four didn't dare to look back. He was afraid that if he did, he would slow down. Hence, he could only rely on his sharp hearing to dodge. Whoosh! Suddenly, all four groaned. His body stiffened and he fell to the ground. If one looked closely, they would see a silver needle on his shoulder. All four was extremely regretful. However, he couldn't move his body. He knew that the poison he had applied to the needle had taken effect. All four watched as Yi Hao walked towards him. His eyes were filled with panic and fear. All four wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't open his mouth. At this moment, all four was lying on the ground in a vegetative state. Yi Hao glanced at all four. How dare you capture my parents? Die! Yi Hao said in a low voice. At the same time, he kicked all four's head. All four's head exploded like a ripe watermelon under Yi Hao's kick. Chapter 640. Yi Batian, who was covered in wounds, slowly opened his eyes when he heard his aunt's voice. It's all because I'm useless. I couldn't protect you and even caused trouble for my son. Yi Batian panted heavily and said weakly, if that Mo Jian really wants to use me to threaten my son, I'd rather kill myself. I'll accompany you, his aunt said gently. She sounded like a woman who followed her husband's lead. Although this was partly because of their deep love for each other, it was more because of her love for Yi Hao. As parents, they did not want to see someone use them to threaten their son. Since they could not help their son, they would try their best not to implicate him. They were still alive because they wanted to see Yi Hao one last time. Bam! At that moment, the door of the dungeon was kicked open and a figure walked in. Father, mother. Yi Hao looked at his tied-up parents and could no longer hold back his tears. He immediately went forward to untie them. How Yi Batian and his aunt were surprised when they heard Yi Hao's voice. Then, a joyful smile appeared on their faces. When Yi Hao untied Yi Batian immediately gasped. Yi Hao then realized that Yi Batian's body was badly mutilated. In some places, white bones could be seen. When Yi Hao saw this, his eyes turned cold and murderous intent radiated from his body. He asked coldly, Father, who did this? It was the two patriarchs and Mo Jian from the Mozhen nation. They scolded you and your father was angry, so he retorted. That's how he ended up being tortured, the aunt said with heartache as she looked at Yi Batian's injuries. Mo Jian, that bastard. I must kill him. The aunt was furious when she thought about how she had almost been raped by Mo Jian. She was the aunt of an ultimate martial god. When had she ever been humiliated like this? Father, mother, leave this matter to your son. Yi Hao had already sentenced Mo Ji and the other patriarchs to death. This was because anyone who dared to touch his loved ones would not be allowed to live in this world. This was his bottom line. Yi Hao took out some healing pills and fed them all to Yi Batian. "Dad, how do you feel?" Yi Hao looked at Yi Batian with concern. Imperial Aunt held Yi Hao's hand and looked at Yi Batian with concern. Her eyes were filled with love. After a while, Yi Batian opened his eyes and smiled. "My internal and external injuries are basically healed. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." "That's good." Hearing that Yi Batian was fine, Yi Hao was relieved. "Mother, where's Zimoa? Why haven't I seen her for so long?" Yi Hao had thought that Zimoa had been in seclusion in Zitian City. He had too many trivial matters on hand and had not had the chance to ask. However, Zitian City had been occupied by Mo Ji and he had not seen Zimoa, so he could not help but worry. Who knew that when Imperial Aunt heard Zimoa, her face instantly turned ugly. "That girl, sigh. I'll tell you when the war is over." Hearing Imperial Aunt's words, Yi Hao's heart trembled. He felt that something must have happened. Otherwise, Imperial Aunt would not have such an expression. "Father, Mother, you can rest in my special space for a while. I'll come back to find you after I kill Mo Ji." Seeing that his mother was unwilling to say more, Yi Hao did not pursue the matter. He only wanted to end the war quickly and then ask about Zimoa's whereabouts. This was because Zimoa was the first girl he had fallen in love with in this strange world. In Yi Hao's heart, he also had a special kind of love for Zimoa. It was even stronger than his love for other women. It could be said that Yi Hao's love for each of his current women was the same. However, his love for Zimoa was a little more. "No, Mother wants to kill Mo Ji personally." Imperial Aunt rejected Yi Hao's suggestion directly. All right then. Since his mother had said so, Yi Hao could not refuse anymore. "Come on, my Yi Hao. Kneel down before me. Maybe I'll be happy and let you see your parents." Mo Ji looked at Yi Hao arrogantly. He believed that Yi Hao would definitely submit. "Everyone, attack." Yi Hao immediately gave the order to attack. "Yi Hao, your parents are still in Mo Ji's hands," Emperor Zitian immediately advised. "That's right. No matter what, we have to save them first." Emperor God Mo also said anxiously. "Yi Hao, I understand second uncle's character. He's someone who's capable of doing anything," Mo Jingfang added. They were afraid that Yi Hao would act rashly and force Mo Ji to do something desperate. It would not be good if Mo Ji hurt Imperial Aunt and Yi Batian. "Don't worry, I've already saved them," Yi Hao's avatar said with a smile. "What? You've already saved them?" Everyone was shocked and they could not believe Yi Hao's words. "Do you still remember that I asked you for the layout of Purple Sky City?" Yi Hao said with a smile when he saw the look of disbelief on Emperor Zitian's face. "Although I've given you the layout of the city, Mo Ji will definitely keep a close eye on your parents. He's already on guard. How did you save them without Mo Ji noticing?" Emperor Zitian asked the question that puzzled everyone. Looking at everyone's curious faces, Yi Hao smiled and pointed to the ground. Everyone looked at the ground and they were even more shocked. Mo Jingfang asked directly, "You've been with us all this time. How did you save them from underground? You should know that the ground of Purple Sky City is specially built. Even an ordinary martial god would not be able to dig it. How did you manage to dig a tunnel and save them without anyone noticing?" Emperor Zitian was equally shocked. Fortunately, Yi Hao was on their side. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. Emperor Zitian was very confident in the defense of Purple Sky City, especially the ground. However, Yi Hao was able to enter Purple Sky City from underground. Didn't that mean that Purple Sky City's defense was nothing to Yi Hao? Yi Hao did not have time to explain because the battle had already begun. Close to 3 million martial sages and 30,000 martial gods charged towards Purple Sky City. With so many experts, the martial power they brought along seemed to tear the entire space apart. As for those with low cultivation, they had already escaped from this place. Fortunately, this was the top region of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Otherwise, the space would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. The remaining forces of Divine Ink Nation and Zhentian Divine Nation added together made up half of Yi Hao's experts. However, it was obvious that Divine Ink Nation and Zhentian Divine Nation were at a disadvantage. God Emperor Mo, what's going on? Didn't you say that Yi Hao would not attack? What's going on? The current God Emperor of Zhentian Divine Nation looked at Moji anxiously and asked. Chapter 641. Emperor God Moji, quickly think of a solution. The new Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation was getting more and more anxious. This was because the two armies on the battlefield had already clashed. It was a completely one-sided battle. Their soldiers could only resist with all their might and keep retreating. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. Shut up. Moji, who was already impatient, said impatiently when he heard the new Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation's incessant nagging. The new Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. I don't know why this brat didn't care about the comfort of his parents and initiated a war. Moji frowned. He was also puzzled. Old ancestor, capture his parents for me. I don't believe that this brat won't submit. Moji ordered the old ancestor beside him. The old ancestor knew that this was no small matter and immediately flew toward the Purple Sky City. Emperor God Moji, will it really work to capture that brat's parents? If it doesn't work, I will surrender. The new Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation said worriedly. Moji's face turned cold when he heard the new Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation's words. He wanted to kill the new Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation. Fortunately, he was still calm and knew that this was not the right time to make a move. Moji hid his killing intent and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation. Why would I harm you? If I did, I wouldn't be able to live either." Seeing the sincerity on Moji's face, the new Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation felt that Moji's words made sense. He nodded and said, "I hope so." "Damn it, why aren't they back yet?" Moji said impatiently after waiting for a long time. "Not good, Your Majesty." At this moment, the old ancestor suddenly returned. Moji frowned when he saw that the old ancestor had returned alone. He asked, "Why did you come back alone? Where are that brat's parents?" The new Emperor God of Zhentian Divine Nation was also puzzled and looked at the old ancestor. After all, this was a matter of life and death. The patriarch panted heavily, still in shock, and said, Old 5 was killed, and the person was taken away." "What?" Hearing those words, the crowd's expressions all changed. "Ancestor, you're joking, right?" Moji felt as if his body had fallen into a bottomless ice cave. However, a look of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. "I've made such a tight arrangement, and there are even two patriarchs protecting me. How can there be no movement at all? Patriarch, you're not joking with me, right?" At this moment, Moji's eyes were red, and he grabbed the ancestor's shoulder as if he had gone mad. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Even though Moji was a god emperor, his seniority and strength were lower than hers. In front of so many people, Moji grabbed his shoulder and questioned him. This made the old ancestor feel very embarrassed, so he couldn't help but remind him. "Calm down? How can I calm down? That little bastard's parents were my trump card. Now that my trump card is gone, what do you want me to do?" Moji roared with bloodshot eyes. Seeing that Mo Stain had already lost his rationality, the old ancestor could only say, "I saw a hole in the ground of the dungeon. Someone must have rescued him from there. It's over, it's over. I don't want to play with you anymore. I want to surrender. I want to surrender." Hearing the old ancestor's words, the new god emperor of Zhentian's last hope was extinguished. He muttered dispiritedly as if he had lost his soul. "You want to surrender? Wishful thinking. You and I are in the same boat. You and I kidnapped that kid's parents. Do you think that kid will let you go if you surrender?" Moji sneered when he heard the new god emperor of Zhentian's words. "Then what should I do? Tell me what to do, I don't want to die." The new god emperor of Zhentian roared. "Besides, I didn't participate in the kidnapping of Yi Hao's parents. It was all your doing. Moji sneered. So what? Do you think that little bastard will listen to your explanation? This. The new god emperor of Zhentian was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing the new god emperor of Zhentian's expression, Moji smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a backup plan. I won't allow Yi Hao to be so arrogant. God Emperor Moji, do you still have a backup plan?" Hearing Moji's words, the new god emperor of Zhentian couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope. Even the remaining 3 elders of the divine ink kingdom looked at the ink stains in surprise. They had never heard of Moji having a backup plan. "Come out, my allies." Moji flew into the sky proudly and shouted. King Kong clan is here to help God Emperor Mo. Black Wolf clan is here to help God Emperor Mo. Giant Tiger clan is here to help God Emperor Mo. Giant Dragon clan is here to help God Emperor Mo. Black Deer clan is here to help God Emperor Mo. At this moment, sounds suddenly rang out around the purple sky city, followed by the roars of Beast. "It's the Beast clan. Moji, you can actually get the Beast clan to come out." An old ancestor looked at Moji in shock and even called him by his name. En. Hearing the old ancestor call him by his name, Moji couldn't help but frown. The old ancestor felt Moji's sharp gaze and knew that Moji was able to get the Beast clan to come out. That was why he couldn't fall out with Moji at this moment. The old ancestor immediately apologized with a face full of smiles. "Your Majesty, please calm down. This old official made a mistake." At this moment, the old ancestor no longer addressed himself as an old ancestor like before. Instead, he addressed himself as an old official. This was clearly the rhythm of Moji lowering his head to express his goodwill. "Your Majesty Moji, how did you do it? We are saved." The new God Emperor of Heaven shaking God Emperor had a joyful expression and the dispirited look on his face disappeared instantly. "Didn't you want to surrender to that little bastard Yi Hao?" Moji raised his eyebrows and said coldly. The new God Emperor of Heaven shaking God Emperor's face changed again and again. Although he was unhappy, he was still a God Emperor. What right did Moji have to speak to him in such a tone? But when he thought about how these Beast clan reinforcements were all because of Moji's face. If his heaven-shaking God nation wanted to get out of danger, he could only rely on Moji. "Your Majesty Moji, that was just a joke. You don't have to take it seriously. My alliance with Your Majesty Moji is sincere. How could I betray our alliance?" "That's great." Although Moji agreed with the new God Emperor of Heaven shaking God Emperor on the surface, he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. It was just that now wasn't the time to make a move. Moji looked at the battlefield. At this moment, the soldiers on his side were being suppressed by Yi Hao's people and were still retreating. Chapter 642. Oh no, why are the beasts attacking? This is bad. Emperor God Mo's face changed when he saw the beasts appearing from all directions. Judging from their auras, the weakest of the beasts were martial sages and there were quite a number of martial gods. One should know that the beasts were huge and much stronger than humans. Although there were only a few 100,000 beasts, they were not to be underestimated. Every single one of the beasts attacked with their own bodies and they were fearless. Every single one of them could defend against a few martial artists of the same cultivation realm. Rumble. At this moment, the ground started to shake. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Is that a skeleton? Impossible. How could an undead spirit appear here? Emperor God Mo frowned when he saw the skeleton that was close to 100 feet tall. Mo Jingfang suddenly said, "Grandfather, this skeleton looks familiar. It looks like the diamond skeleton that I bumped into when I was gathering herbs for you." Kill. As soon as the giant skeleton appeared, dozens of martial gods appeared and attacked the skeleton. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants, die." The giant skeleton let out a weird laugh. It then raised its hand and slapped the group of martial gods. Boom. With just one hit, the martial gods were sent flying. They did not have the strength to fight back in the hands of the giant skeleton. "So strong, let me have a go." Emperor God Mo was shocked when he saw that the dozens of martial gods were not a match for the giant skeleton. However, he was not afraid and rushed forward. Go and help Emperor God Mo. Emperor God Zetian said when he saw Emperor God Mo attacking. The few old ancestors of the Purple Heaven Divine Kingdom rushed forward when they received the order from Emperor God Zetian. Ha ha ha, it's Old Man Mo. You are not dead yet. Let me send you on your way. The giant skeleton recognized Emperor God Mo when he saw him. It let out a weird laugh and hammered at Emperor God Mo. We don't know who will send who. Come on. Emperor God Mo's face turned serious. The reason being that the giant skeleton had easily eliminated more than 10 martial god realm experts. It was obvious that the giant skeleton's strength was not to be underestimated. As such, God Emperor Mo did not hold back at all as he unleashed all of his strength towards the head of the gigantic skeleton. Sensing the direction of God Emperor Mo's attack, the huge skeleton immediately used its huge arms to block. Ka-cha-cha. When God Emperor Mo's weapon landed on the skeletal arm, a shattering sound could be heard. In the end, God Emperor Mo's face did not reveal a trace of a smile. Instead, his face was filled with fear. That was because when all of his power landed on the skeleton's body, traces of cracks actually appeared on the enormous skeleton's arm. These tiny cracks were negligible to the giant skeleton. It was as if they did not cause any harm to it at all. Ha ha ha, God Emperor Mo, you are really old. Your attacks are completely useless. The gigantic skeleton looked at the shocked God Emperor Mo and laughed. You're done attacking. It's my turn now. The moment the gigantic skeleton finished speaking, it raised its other hand and grabbed towards God Emperor Mo. God Emperor Mo was shocked. He did not dare to take the attack head-on and immediately retreated. Although God Emperor Mo's retreating speed was fast enough, the speed of the gigantic skeleton was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it was about to land on God Emperor Mo. God Emperor Mo's eyes dimmed. He knew that he was doomed. Subconsciously, he used his weapon to block in front of him. Rumble. Rumble. A few loud sounds could be heard. God Emperor Mo raised his head and saw that it was God Emperor Purple Heaven and the others. They were attacking the gigantic skeleton's arm at the same time, blocking the attack from the gigantic skeleton. God Emperor Mo, retreat quickly. We can't hold on any longer. God Emperor Purple Heaven gritted his teeth and transmitted a message to God Emperor Mo. God Emperor Mo was extremely touched. However, he was not an ungrateful person. God Emperor Purple Heaven had saved him. How could he leave God Emperor Purple Heaven in danger? When God Emperor Mo saw the gigantic skeleton, God Emperor Purple Heaven and the others trying their best to resist, God Emperor Mo's heart sank. Secret skill of the Mo world. God Emperor Mo stopped at his original position. With a roar, he started to use the secret skill of the Mo family. God Emperor Mo, you. Seeing God Emperor Mo using the secret skill, God Emperor Purple Heaven was anxious. He was worried for God Emperor Mo. This was because all the secret skills in the Myriad Kingdom continent were martial skills that could deal 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to the user. Although using the secret skill could greatly increase one's attack power, the consequences were equally disastrous. If we don't use the secret skill, we will also die. God Emperor Mo laughed. However, his laughter was filled with bloodthirst. The secret skill that God Emperor Mo was using was created by the founder of the Mo family. It was said that the founder had ascended to the upper world long ago. As for the secret skill of the Mo world, it had become a secret skill of the Mo family. Only the direct descendants of the Mo family could use it. After using the secret skill of the Mo world, it would turn a space into a space under one's control. In this space, one's martial power could increase by 10 times. On the other hand, the enemy would not be able to use any martial power in this space and their movements would become sluggish. After seeing God Emperor Mo using the secret skill, the gigantic skeleton seemed to be wary of it. Its attacks towards God Emperor Purple Heaven and the rest became even more ferocious. All of you, get lost. When the gigantic skeleton saw that God Emperor Purple Heaven and the rest were attacking it relentlessly and that God Emperor Mo's secret skill was about to be completed, it roared and attacked. Boom! There was a loud sound as God Emperor Purple Heaven and the rest clashed with the gigantic skeleton once again. PFFF tilde this time, the gigantic skeleton was really anxious. The strength of its attacks was much stronger than before. God Emperor Purple Heaven and the rest could only feel their internal organs churning and blood trickled down the corner of their mouths. Get lost. Die. The gigantic skeleton roared again and attacked God Emperor Purple Heaven and the rest. Hold on. God Emperor Purple Heaven's hair was disheveled and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. However, he still insisted on shouting. As for the rest of the old ancestors, they were not in a good state either. However, they did not give up as they gritted their teeth and charged forward once again. Because they knew that if they were to retreat now, none of them would be able to escape. The gigantic skeleton was enraged. It did not expect these ants to be so reckless and dare to block it. In fact, it was also anxious. Because it had heard of the power of the secret skill, it did not dare to try it out recklessly. Therefore, at this moment, it only wanted to kill God Emperor Mo. As long as God Emperor Mo was killed, the secret skill would not be released. Chapter 643. This time around, the attack was much stronger than before. Purple Heaven God Emperor and the rest could no longer withstand it as they were sent flying. Old man, die. After Purple Heaven God Emperor and the rest were sent flying, the huge skeleton charged towards Emperor God Mo, wanting to smash him into pieces with a single punch. Mo World, open. Just as the gigantic skeleton's mountain-like fist was about to land on Emperor God Mo's body, Emperor God Mo suddenly shouted out, "Hey!" The huge skeleton could clearly feel that the surrounding martial arts energy had nothing to do with him. And most importantly, his fist suddenly stopped in mid-air, unable to move forward even an inch. Break for me. Emperor God Mo felt that his strength had increased by 10 folds. He had experienced this feeling once before. However, he also knew that this strength couldn't last for too long. Hence, he knew that he had to end this battle quickly. Emperor God Mo roared as he slashed the arm of the huge skeleton with the weapon in his hand. Boom, crack, crack. Just then, a huge cracking sound could be heard. A huge crater appeared on the arm of the giant skeleton. Moreover, there were many grooves on the arm of the giant skeleton. It was obvious that the attack this time around was much stronger than before. One must know that the previous attack could only cause a slight crack on the arm of the huge skeleton. Wah, I'm going to kill you. Seeing how his arm was slashed, the huge skeleton roared furiously. Let's see who's going to kill who. Relying on his secret skill, Emperor God Mo wasn't afraid of the huge skeleton as he continued to attack the huge skeleton. As for the huge skeleton, in terms of agility, it was slightly weaker than Emperor God Mo. However, the attack range of the huge skeleton was extremely huge. Hence, the two huge arms of the huge skeleton were like two small mountains as they swept in all directions, attacking Emperor God Mo. On the other hand, Emperor God Mo relied on his sharp dodging ability to attack the huge skeleton's body continuously. At this moment, Emperor God Mo didn't care about anything else. Wherever he could attack the huge skeleton's body, he would attack that spot immediately. His actions weren't sloppy at all. Every time he attacked the huge skeleton's body, he would bring away a huge amount of bone fragments. Ant, I'm not done with you. At this moment, the huge skeleton's heart was burning with rage as it roared furiously. This king wants to see how long you can last. Although the giant skeleton was being attacked non-stop, its combat strength still did not decrease. The gigantic skeleton's fists were already moving like a machine as it continuously attacked God Emperor Mo. This skeleton is so powerful. Even when God Emperor Mo used his secret technique, he still couldn't kill it. Your Majesty, do you think God Emperor Mo can win? If God Emperor Mo doesn't kill those skeletons now, we will all be finished once the secret skills time is up. At this moment, the Purple Heaven God Emperor and the others had already retreated to the side. After consuming healing pills, they discussed worriedly. Why didn't Yi Hao make a move? If he makes a move, skeleton won't be so difficult to deal with. One of the patriarchs immediately thought of Yi Hao. That was his avatar. His main body is busy with something. What could be more important than repelling the enemy? Upon hearing the Purple Sky God Emperor's words, The third Old Master couldn't help but grumble. Third Old Master, Yi Hao must have gone to save Zi Luolan and the others. Hearing the dissatisfaction in the third Old Master's voice, the great Old Master immediately spoke out. Actually, Yi Hao had already saved his parents long ago. Furthermore, he had indeed gone to do something very important. Furthermore, it was something that concerned the outcome of this war. If you have the capabilities, don't jump. Fight me head on. God Emperor Mo was like an agile monkey as he attacked various parts of the gigantic skeleton's body. However, the gigantic skeleton couldn't do anything to God Emperor Mo as it roared out furiously. God Emperor Mo was actually feeling anxious in his heart. After using his secret technique, the strength and speed of his attacks increased tremendously. Furthermore, it caused quite a bit of damage to the gigantic skeleton's body. However, these damages were negligible when placed on the gigantic skeleton. Furthermore, the most vital part of the skeleton was the center of its head. The soul of the gigantic skeleton was all there. As long as the soul of the gigantic skeleton was destroyed, the gigantic skeleton would be finished. However, the gigantic skeleton knew of its own weakness as well. Therefore, it protected its head extremely well. If God Emperor Mo couldn't even touch the gigantic skeleton's head, how could he accurately attack the center of its head? Furthermore, even though his speed was slightly faster than the gigantic skeleton's speed wasn't slow either. Therefore, after attacking a spot, he had to change to another spot. Otherwise, he might be attacked by the gigantic skeleton. Therefore, he was unable to continuously attack a certain spot on the gigantic skeleton's body. If he couldn't continuously attack, he wouldn't be able to cause any substantial damage. No, it's time to retreat. God Emperor Mo could feel that the secret technique's duration was almost up. However, he didn't manage to kill the gigantic skeleton. His face was filled with unwillingness. However, he had no other choice. If he were to forcefully persist, he would enter a period of weakness after the secret technique ended. By then, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Only death would await him. The gigantic skeleton wasn't stupid. It could clearly sense God Emperor Mo's intentions. Since God Emperor Mo had attacked it for so long, it had long been enraged. At this point, it wouldn't let God Emperor Mo escape. Oh no, God Emperor Mo doesn't seem to be able to hold on any longer. The great old ancestor of Purple Heaven Divine Kingdom said anxiously. Let me use my secret technique to save grandfather. Mo Jingfang was anxious and wanted to use her secret technique. Hearing Mo Jingfang's words, Purple Heaven Divine Emperor immediately stopped her. Your cultivation is too low. Even if you use your secret technique, you won't be able to cause any harm to him. Let me do it. But Mo Jingfang looked at Purple Heaven Divine Emperor gratefully. However, she was embarrassed to let Purple Heaven Divine Emperor do it. After all, the side effects of using the secret technique were too great. No buts. Old ancestors, save him. Purple Heaven Divine Emperor's tone was firm and fearless. Hearing Purple Heaven Divine Emperor's words, the old ancestors didn't hesitate. Purple Luo Heavenly Realm, you forced me to do this. Seeing Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the rest using their secret technique, the gigantic skeleton was even more furious. Earth Terminus Black Chi. The gigantic skeleton roared. From its body, a black light was emitted and surged towards God Emperor Mo. What is this? Looking at the black chi that was surging towards him, God Emperor Mo felt a dangerous aura from the black chi. One should know that the gigantic skeleton was strong. Just by relying on its body's strength, it was enough to defend against God Emperor Mo. Chapter 644. Sensing the extraordinariness of the Earth Terminus Black Chi, God Emperor Mo stopped attacking and retreated without hesitation. But who would have thought that the speed of the Earth Terminus Black Chi was faster than him by a little? Shit. God Emperor Mo was panicking. Because at this moment, something even more terrible had happened, and that was the time for the secret technique to be used was up. God Emperor Mo gradually felt the energy in his body being sucked dry and his speed was slowing down. Just then, the black chi seized the opportunity and entered God Emperor Mo's body. God Emperor Mo forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he wanted to use his martial arts to expel the black chi from his body. But he then realized that his body was like a dried-up well. There was no longer any trace of martial arts in his body. God Emperor Mo could only allow the black chi to invade his body and invade his consciousness. God Emperor Mo felt that his body was no longer under his control. His consciousness was gradually falling into a coma. Ha ha ha, my slave, serve me forever. You will never have the chance to shine. The gigantic skeleton was like a devil's voice that filled God Emperor Mo's mind. God Emperor Mo's eyes were clear and turbid. It was obvious that God Emperor Mo's consciousness was still resisting and struggling. However, after struggling for a short while, God Emperor Mo's eyes turned completely turbid. Furthermore, there was even a lump of black chi in his eyes. He bowed towards the gigantic skeleton in a daze. Yes, my master. I will be your servant forever. Grandfather. Looking at God Emperor Mo's demonic state, Mo Jingfang shouted anxiously. Save God Emperor Mo. Although Purple Heaven God Emperor did not know what the Earth Terminus Black Chi was, he shouted out worriedly when he saw the state God Emperor Mo was in. After all, God Emperor Mo used the secret skill to save them. Now that God Emperor Mo was in trouble, they should save him. Ha ha ha, no need to rush. All of you will become my slaves. Looking at Purple Heaven God Emperor and the rest, the gigantic skeleton was not afraid at all. Instead, it laughed excitedly. Vajra skeleton, you did not disappoint me. Looking at the gigantic skeleton subduing God Emperor Mo so easily, Moji was not sad at all. Instead, he was smiling. Why didn't I kill that old man? Seems like I should find time to inform Vajra. Moji muttered. Because in his eyes, royal authority was the most important. The longer God Emperor Mo lived, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. Upon hearing Moji's words, the patriarchs around him couldn't help but frown. They didn't know whether it was right or wrong to choose to follow the ink. Someone like Moji was simply too heartless. He even treated his own imperial father like that. Thus, how good would he treat them in the future? However, what shocked them even more was the strength of the giant skeleton. That was because they were extremely clear about God Emperor Mo's power. He could only be described with the word valiant. Furthermore, he had even used a secret skill to increase his strength by tens of times. One could imagine how strong God Emperor Mo was. However, even such a valiant God Emperor Mo was unable to cause any harm to the gigantic skeleton. At most, it would cause some light injuries to the giant skeleton. Even he himself had been turned into a slave by the giant skeleton. But thinking about it, if God Emperor Mo was like this, wouldn't they be even more so? Your Majesty, do you know what that black chi is? An ancestor asked curiously and cautiously. After all, if they knew the function of the black chi, what would they do if they were to face it? After all, the situation was developing too quickly. They couldn't imagine what would happen in the next second. Furthermore, the black chi was too terrifying. It could turn a person into a slave instantly. This was worse than killing a person. After all, turning into a slave without consciousness was akin to turning into a puppet. In the future, they would have to live in such a muddle-headed body. They could only listen to the orders of the giant skeleton and couldn't do anything else. This King Kong skeleton was a genius of the King Kong clan. After disappearing for hundreds of years, when he reappeared, he no longer looked like a normal King Kong. His entire head had turned into a skeleton. It was said that the reason why he disappeared for hundreds of years was because he went to the ancient demon region. However, looking at his appearance, it should be true. As for this black chi, it should be a cultivation technique that he obtained from the ancient demon region. Furthermore, when he turned into a skeleton, he was despised by the King Kong clan and was expelled from the King Kong clan. However, not long ago, he returned to the King Kong clan and subdued all the King Kong expert. Hearing the old ancestors' question, Mo Xian didn't hide anything and told them everything he knew. Mo Xian reckoned that this wasn't a secret. Since he was bored now, he could tell them to pass the time. Hearing about the ancient demon region, the old ancestors of the Zhentian divine nation had a change in expression. Obviously, they had heard of the ancient demon region. One must know that the ancient demon region was a place full of mysteries and dangers to the experts of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Because in the Myriad Kingdom continent, countless experts had entered the ancient demon region. However, only a handful of them had returned alive. According to the ratio, it was difficult for even 1 out of 1,000 people who entered the ancient demon region to return alive. This number wasn't exaggerated at all. Because those who could return from the ancient demon region were all famous and invincible existences in the continent. However, the ancient demon region was famous for its prowess. So far, very few people dared to enter the ancient demon region because the ancient demon region had become a synonym for death. Unless one was forced into a corner or had a blood feud with someone, they would take the risk and enter. Because in the ancient demon region, danger coexisted with opportunity. Although it was full of danger, at the same time, there were opportunities everywhere. As long as one was lucky, they could soar to the sky. The giant skeleton was the best example. However, the price to pay for turning a good body into a skeleton was equally great. Ordinary people couldn't accept it. It was equivalent to turning a normal person into an undead. Without sufficient mental fortitude, it was impossible to do it. But obviously, although the price was great, the benefits were obvious too. Just the strength of the giant skeleton alone was enough to be the #1 person in the Myriad Kingdom continent. After all, even a 4th-level ultimate martial god expert who used a secret technique wasn't a match for it. Who else could be a match for it? One must know that those who surpassed the 4th-level ultimate martial god would ascend to the upper realm. Your Majesty, aren't you worried that he... The old ancestor's voice was filled with fear when he saw the powerful giant skeleton. He stopped abruptly midway. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. However, if he allowed his grandfather to attack freely, it would definitely affect Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor and the others in resisting the Black Aura. Mo Jingfang was also in a dilemma. Should she make a move? He might not be able to help. If she did not take action, she would not be able to see the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others in danger without doing anything. At this tense moment, a shout suddenly came from the sky. Yi Hao, you're finally here. Seeing Yi Hao appear, Mo Jingfang heaved a sigh of relief as though she had found a backer. Seeing Yi Hao, Mo Jingfang felt as though she had seen hope. Yi Hao also didn't expect that such a big thing would happen while he was just handling one matter. Yi Hao had also witnessed the strength of the giant skeleton. Hence, he was not arrogant and immediately used his strongest martial skill. Ha ha ha, a small ant dares to attack me? I'll let you attack me. So what? Seeing Yi Hao appear, the giant skeleton sneered loudly. He saw that Yi Hao's cultivation was only at the martial god realm. He had not even reached the ultimate martial god realm. Hence, he looked down on Yi Hao even more. After all, he was not even afraid of Purple Heaven Supreme God Emperor and the others who had used their secret skills. Why would he take Yi Hao seriously? Yi Hao, attack the center of his head. That's his Achilles heel. Seeing Yi Hao use 1/ immediately, the Purple Heaven Supreme God Emperor shouted. He had seen the power of 1/ with his own eyes and immediately sent a message to Yi Hao. In fact, Yi Hao was also worried about whether he could kill the giant skeleton. After all, if he could not kill the giant skeleton with 1/, the giant skeleton would be on guard. Then, it would be difficult for him to attack the giant skeleton again. Seeing that the giant skeleton was looking down on him, Yi Hao was not angry but happy. The more the giant skeleton looked down on him, the higher his chances of killing the giant skeleton. However, to be safe, Yi Hao still released a few heaven-devouring rats to attract the giant skeleton's attention. Indeed, when the giant skeleton saw the heaven-devouring rats, it recalled the last time it had been bitten by the heaven-devouring rats. It shivered. However, it quickly recovered and shouted angrily, "It's these damn rats again. This time, don't even think about hurting me. I'm going to eat them alive." The giant skeleton's body had completely changed and it was much stronger than before. Hence, the giant skeleton was confident in its defense. Even if it let the heaven-devouring rats bite it, they would not be able to break its defense. Now's the time. Seeing that the giant skeleton was indeed attracted by the heaven-devouring rats, Yi Hao seized the opportunity and attacked the giant skeleton's head. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao nervously because whether Yi Hao could defeat the giant skeleton was the key to the victory of this war. If Yi Hao was defeated, then no one in the Myriad Kingdom continent would be a match for the giant skeleton. The giant skeleton would be invincible. The giant skeleton only reacted when Yi Hao flew to the top of its head. However, it could not attack Yi Hao at all. "Hurry up and restrain him." Purple Heaven Supreme God Emperor transmitted his voice to the patriarchs. The patriarchs unleashed all their martial power. Because whether they lived or died depended on Yi Hao's slash. "Don't struggle." Seeing the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others release their martial power, the giant skeleton roared and continued to release the Earth Fiend Black Chi to suppress the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others. As for Yi Hao, he was regarded as an ant. This was because his head was the hardest part of his body. He allowed Yi Hao to attack as he wished. How could an ant overturn the sky? Yi Hao locked on to the center of the giant skeleton's head and rushed straight for it. "Whether we succeed or not depends on you." Yi Hao seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the bloody scar dual blades. The bloody scar dual blades could clearly hear Yi Hao's words and the blades let out a roar. In the blink of an eye, the bloody scar dual blades slashed at the giant skeleton's head. It landed right in the middle of his body. However, the giant skeleton's head was intact. Even when Yi Hao attacked the giant skeleton, it did not make a sound. "Are we going to lose just like that?" When the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others saw this scene, their eyes dimmed and a sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts. They were unwilling to accept this. They had not expected that Yi Hao would not be able to defeat the giant skeleton. "King Kong, good job." Chapter 646. There are actually some clowns trying to attack the King Kong. What a joke. Mo Ji mocked Yi Hao, who was still standing on the giant skeleton's head. "Mph, trash is trash. I'll let you attack me. How can you hurt me in the slightest?" the giant skeleton mocked back. "The King Kong is so strong. How can he be this strong? It seems like the Dragon Clan will have to give up the throne of the Beast Clan in the future. With the King Kong's strength, it's hard to find a match in the Myriad Kingdom continent." The commotion on the giant skeleton's side naturally attracted the attention of all the Beast Clan powerhouses, who all looked over. However, they weren't shocked by the giant skeleton's strength because of Yi Hao. It was because the giant skeleton could single-handedly take on the Purple Sky God Emperor and the others, while the Purple Sky God Emperor and the others were still at a disadvantage. All the Beast Clan leaders immediately tried to curry favor with the giant skeleton when they saw this. "Mph, who is that kid? How dare he be so impudent in front of the King Kong? He's simply courting death. He's just a small ant. How dare he act so rashly in front of the King Kong? I reckon that the King Kong won't even bother to deal with such a small ant. Let us do it for the King Kong." As soon as the Fox Clan leader finished speaking, all the Beast Clan leaders looked at Yi Hao with gleaming eyes. At this moment, Yi Hao had obviously become a hot steamed bun. Everyone wanted to kill Yi Hao in an attempt to gain the favor of the giant skeleton. "Attack!" someone shouted, and all the Beast Clan leaders charged at Yi Hao. Looking at the leaders of these forces, Yi Hao's face was filled with disdain. His face was expressionless as he suddenly said, "Explode. Explode you." Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the Fox Clan leader was about to scold Yi Hao. However, at this moment, a shattering sound was heard and the Fox Clan leader's words came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at the giant skeleton because the shattering sound had come from its head. Everyone's expression changed. Their bodies froze in the air, not daring to move. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the head of the giant skeleton, which had been as smooth as white jade at first. You! The mocking smile on the gigantic skeleton's face disappeared and was replaced by fear. The giant skeleton stared at Yi Hao as if it was looking at a devil. At this time, he wanted to say something, but he could only say the word you and couldn't say another word. The giant skeleton's eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness, but the crack on its head was getting bigger and bigger. The giant skeleton stretched out its hands and held its head, trying to stop its head from shattering, but it was useless. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as the head of the giant skeleton suddenly exploded and shot out in all directions. The earth fiend black chi released by the giant skeleton seemed to have lost its support and immediately dissipated into the air. The giant skeleton's body, which was hundreds of feet tall, collapsed in an instant. He actually did it. The third old ancestor looked at the expressionless Yi Hao standing in the void and revealed a joyful smile. I knew he could do it. Purple Sky Supreme God also heaved a sigh of relief and smiled proudly. Yi Hao looked at the giant skeleton's shattered head and suddenly saw a red light. He immediately flew over. It is indeed here. Yi Hao immediately rushed over and picked up the red object. It was obviously an origin fragment. Yi Hao was in a good mood. He had not expected to find it so easily after searching high and low for it. He had managed to find the remaining 2 pieces of the origin force in just a day. The origin fragment of the giant skeleton was the 9th origin fragment. The 8th origin fragment was in the hands of the new emperor of Zhentian. As for why he had disappeared for so long, it was because he had sensed that the origin fragment was in the hands of the new emperor of Zhentian. After a series of threats, he had finally found the 8th origin fragment in the hands of the new emperor of Zhentian. What do you want? Yi Hao looked at the beast leaders mockingly. Ah! The beast leaders looked at Yi Hao and their hearts were filled with embarrassment and fear. They had not expected that the real expert was here. Thinking about how they had mocked Yi Hao and called him an ant, they felt their old faces burning. They had never expected that Yi Hao would kill the giant skeleton with a simple slash. And no one saw how Yi Hao had done it. One could imagine the complicated feelings of the beast leaders at this moment. They were not even a match for the giant skeleton and they had to kneel down and lick its boots. Now, facing Yi Hao, who was even stronger than the giant skeleton, they were even less of a match for him. Yi Hao looked at the fox leader. He had clearly heard that it was this fox who had provoked the dispute and wanted to attack him. Being stared at by Yi Hao's sharp eyes, the fox leader felt all the fox fur on its body stand up and its heart began to tremble. One had to know that in this myriad lands continent, there had never been anyone who could make it feel afraid. And Yi Hao actually made it have the urge to kneel down and submit with just one look. How can he be so powerful? Moji roared in his heart at this moment and looked at Yi Hao with some jealousy. He was jealous of the unfairness of the heavens. Why was Yi Hao so powerful at such a young age and had the strength to make everyone tremble? Why was this person not him? He would never have thought that even the giant skeleton was not a match for Yi Hao. He recalled how he had mocked Yi Hao just now, but it had only been a while and Yi Hao had slapped him back. Everyone, you have seen it too. If we don't join forces, no one will be a match for this kid today. If this happens, no one will have a good day. Moji suppressed the jealousy in his heart towards Yi Hao. He immediately stepped forward and instigated the many magical beast leaders. He could already see that the eyes of many leaders were full of fear towards Yi Hao. So he had to take the opportunity to sow discord. Otherwise, if he really let Yi Hao scare these leaders, then he would really become alone. At that time, he was afraid that he would really die without a burial place. Seeing that the beast leaders were still in a dilemma, Moji immediately transmitted his voice. Everyone, you have offended him with your words just now. He is a narrow-minded person and will never let you go easily. Moji's words instantly defeated the last trace of hesitation in the hearts of the beast leaders. Why, are you listening to his deception and want to join forces to deal with me? Yi Hao looked at the beast leaders, whose eyes were constantly changing, and laughed jokingly. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the beast leaders were shocked. They didn't expect that their thoughts would be noticed by Yi Hao so quickly. Chapter 647. Have you ever experienced despair? Yi Hao smiled evilly. What do you mean? Everyone was obviously stunned and did not understand what Yi Hao meant. Ding dong, does the host confirm the fusion of the origin fragment? Yes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained the origin power of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 billion experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current level is peak martial god. The origin fragment in Yi Hao's space quickly fused together. It then turned into a ball and shot into Yi Hao's dantian. Yi Hao immediately had a feeling that every blade of grass and every tree in this world was under his control. Even the martial arts power was under his control. Martial arts power, withdraw. Yi Hao controlled the origin power in his body and gave the order. Where is my martial arts power? Why has the martial arts power in my body disappeared? And me, I can't even sense the martial arts power in the air. How could this be? What did you do? At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Hao in panic. This was because the disappearance of the martial arts power was like losing their lives to them. This was because their strength was completely supported by the martial arts power. Without the martial arts power, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? I'll return it to you, Yi Hao said with a chuckle. Then Yi Hao controlled the martial arts power and crazily poured it into everyone's bodies. No, don't do this, I'll be stuffed to death. Please, stop quickly, there's too much martial arts power, I'm going to explode. Please stop, I can't hold on any longer. Yi Hao returned the martial arts power to the beasts, but in the end, it brought about even more intense panicked pleas for mercy. This was because the martial arts power that could be stored in their bodies was limited. And Yi Hao continuously poured martial arts power into their bodies. In the end, there was only one result: they would explode and die. Your Majesty Yi Hao, I was wrong, please spare me. I beg you, Your Majesty Yi Hao, please stop. Your Majesty Yi Hao, I'll help you destroy the Motion Empire. Please stop. I really can't take it anymore. The beasts screamed and begged for mercy. At this moment, they felt that their bodies could explode at any time. If their bodies exploded, it meant death. They didn't want to die, so they could only beg for mercy. I've said it before. I want you to experience despair, Yi Hao said coldly. He had no intention of stopping. No, the fox leader had received special treatment from Yi Hao, so he had been infused with the most martial arts power. At this moment, he did not even have the chance to beg for mercy. Boom! Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. The fox was 100 jong tall, and it instantly turned into a rain of blood. It was blown up by the power of martial arts, and there wasn't even a single piece of flesh left. As the fox leader exploded, the eyes of the other magical beast commanders were filled with panic. They had not expected Yi Hao to be so serious about killing them. At that moment, they finally knew what despair was. Because they were in Yi Hao's hands. They didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before facing death. The feeling of being choked by the Grim Reaper was too unbearable. The martial arts power in their bodies increased, and they could not hold on any longer. Boom! 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 Dozens of consecutive explosions rang out. The magical beast commanders, who had been majestic at the beginning, had all turned into a rain of blood, splattering on the ground. Roar! Seeing the death of so many magical beast commanders, all the magical beasts looked at Yi Hao with only fear in their eyes. All of them trembled and prostrated themselves. At this moment, they felt that Yi Hao could easily decide their life and death with just one look. Revive! Yi Hao's mind moved. The rain of blood on the ground started to condense. What's going on? All the humans looked at this scene in panic. Even the magical beasts looked up at the rain of blood in the sky. The rain of blood slowly condensed, revealing the appearances of magical beasts. I'm not dead. The fox leader was the fastest to revive. The fox leader looked at his body in a daze. He clearly felt that at that moment, his body couldn't store that much martial arts power and exploded. Not only the fox leader, but all the humans and magical beasts who were watching were stunned by the scene before them. What did I just see? Resurrection from the dead. How is this possible? There really is resurrection from the dead. Look at those magical beast commanders, they are all resurrected. Oh my God, who is this person? He's too terrifying. His Majesty is so powerful that he can revive from the dead. Such a heaven-defying technique. Even Purple Heaven Supreme God Emperor and the others were stunned by the scene before them. Yi Hao, how did he do it? Purple Heaven Supreme God Emperor looked at Yi Hao curiously. He's so cool. Mo Jingfang looked at Yi Hao with admiration. This. The elders of the Violet Sky Divine Kingdom were completely speechless. We're not dead. We're alive again. How is this possible? I clearly felt that I was dead. How can I not be dead? I'm not dead. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. Some of the revived magical beast commanders were confused, some were excited, and some were in disbelief. How is it? Do you still want to experience what despair is? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the magical beast commanders shuddered. In their eyes, Yi Hao had turned into a god, an existence who could control their life and death. At this moment, none of the magical beast commanders dared to defy Yi Hao. They were lucky that Yi Hao had resurrected them. If they angered Yi Hao and he killed them and did not resurrect them, they would be finished. Greetings to the sovereign beast. All the beast clan experts looked at each other and turned into their human forms. They knelt at Yi Hao's feet and bowed sincerely. The sovereign beast was the most respected existence in the beast clan. The sovereign beast was like the emperor of the beast clan and could control the life and death of all the beast clans. The sovereign beast had not appeared in the Myriad Kingdom continent for hundreds of thousands of years. This was because the magical beast could not become the sovereign beast just because they wanted to. It was also not something that could be done with strength. In their memories, the sovereign beast would appear on its own. When the sovereign beast appeared, it was the time when the sovereign beast was united. Yi Hao could control their life and death. Obviously, he was the legendary sovereign beast that they had been waiting for. How is this possible? How can he be the sovereign beast? Mo Jingfang's face turned pale when he heard the magical beast commanders address Yi Hao. He had also heard of the title of revered beast. However, he could not accept that the sovereign beast that had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years was Yi Hao. Chapter 648. How dare you, Mo Stain? Stop your nonsense. How dare you insult the sovereign beast? Sovereign beast, please allow me to kill him. Unforgivable. Who gave him the guts to insult the sovereign beast? This is absolutely unforgivable. In the inherited memories of all the beasts, the sovereign beast was definitely the most powerful existence and was also the one they worshipped. They were all the sovereign beast's most devout subordinates. It could be said that for the sovereign beast, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives. Yi Hao could control their lives and deaths. They did not doubt Yi Hao's identity as the sovereign beast. Mo Stain dared to question Yi Hao's identity, which naturally infuriated everyone. Mo Stain's expression changed. He had not expected this group of demonic beasts to be so devout to the sovereign beast. If this continued, he would be finished. After all, he had relied on the beasts to have the courage to go against Yi Hao. However, now that the beasts had all become Yi Hao's devout subordinates, what else could he use to go against Yi Hao? Kill. Yi Hao coldly spat out the word. The beasts, along with the original soldiers, immediately rushed towards the soldiers of the Moshen nation. Mo Stain, let me take your head. The imperial aunt had not forgotten that Mo Stain had slapped her and almost humiliated her. This was absolutely a great humiliation to her. Since it was a great humiliation, she naturally had to take revenge with her own hands to vent the resentment in her heart. Hurry up and stop this crazy woman. Capture her for me. Mo Stain hurriedly pleaded with the patriarchs beside him when he saw the imperial aunt rushing towards him aggressively. Although they were dissatisfied with Mo Stain's tone, the three patriarchs were very cooperative and went to capture the imperial aunt. If they captured the imperial aunt, she would be a life-saving talisman. You're the one who delivered yourself to our doorstep. Looking at the imperial aunt who was rushing over, a smile appeared on the corner of one of the ancestors' lips. After all, the imperial aunt was on par with them in terms of strength. However, the imperial aunt was alone, while there were three of them. He did not believe that the three of them could not defeat one of them. Yi Hao snorted when he saw the three patriarchs attacking his mother. Protect my mother. Yi Hao had thought that he would be able to control everyone's martial arts once he obtained the power of origin. However, it was only now that he discovered why this world's source energy was called beast source energy. This was because he could only control magical beasts and not humans. Although he could control martial arts, he could only control the martial arts of magical beasts. He could not control the martial arts of humans. If his martial path hadn't been destroyed, there might still be hope for his lifeblood to recover. But now, even that glimmer of hope had been destroyed. This was even more unbearable than killing him. If resentment could kill, the imperial aunt would have been cut into pieces by Mo Xian. I won't kill you. I'll let you suffer all the pain and torture in this world. The imperial aunt said coldly and turned to leave. As for the three patriarchs, they were brutally beaten to death by the dozens of magical beast commanders. Seeing Mo Xian's miserable state, Yi Hao didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Mo Xian and the many old ancestors of the Ink God Kingdom were dead. His anger had been vented and it was time to fulfill his promise to the Ink God Emperor. Yi Hao activated his martial path power and his voice resounded between heaven and earth. Those who surrender will not be killed. 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 Hearing Yi Hao's words, the soldiers in Yi Hao's camp shouted loudly. When the soldiers of the Ink God Emperor heard this, it was as if they had heard the sound of nature. Among them, there were originally Yi Hao's worshippers. It was just that they were coerced by Mo Xian. Seizing the opportunity, they threw their weapons on the ground and knelt on the ground. We surrender. Yi Hao, please don't kill us. Yi Hao, I'm your sincere worshipper. Brothers, don't resist anymore. Quickly surrender. Many experts of the Ink God Kingdom shouted. Don't believe him, he will kill you. At this moment, a man who looked like a general suddenly shouted. Those who wanted to surrender hesitated when they heard this. Chapter 649. Chariot Crack. Yi Hao spat out these two words. Everyone was shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. Chariot Crack was a cruel punishment. Who would use it on the battlefield? Yi Hao was probably the most powerful person in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Tyrant, you tyrant. You won't have a good ending if you follow him. Hearing Che Lai's name, cold sweat appeared on the face of that diehard loyalist. However, he immediately shouted loudly. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who don't surrender will be chariot crack. Yi Hao ordered. He did not want to be entangled in such trivial matters. Ah, tyrant, you will die a horrible death. Following the screams of the loyal follower, his body was forcefully pulled by several experts and torn into pieces. His for real. This Yang Long young emperor is not to be trifled with. Surrender if you don't want to be chariot crack. The soldiers of the Divine Ink Nation felt a chill run down their spines as they saw their loyalists being torn apart by the chariot. They began to discuss amongst themselves, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao, come and take a look at my grandfather. Yi Hao suddenly heard Mo Jingfang's cry for help. Yi Hao immediately flew over. At this moment, God Emperor Mo's entire face turned pitch black as he fell into a deep sleep. What's going on? Yi Hao frowned. He was not clear about the Earth Terminus black gas. Yi Hao frowned when he heard about the Earth Terminus black gas. He had never heard of the Earth terminus black gas and did not know how to explain it. Yi. How, my purple sky divine kingdom will be handed over to you. I hope you can treat it well. Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor suddenly spoke up. Yi Hao wanted to thank Purple Sky Divine Emperor, but he was shocked when he saw Purple Sky Divine Emperor's face. You're also affected by the Earth terminus black gas? Yi Hao frowned. It was only then that he saw the Violet Heaven Supreme God Emperor and the patriarchs of the Violet Heaven Divine Kingdom. Their faces were dark, and they looked terrifying. Yi Hao looked at Purple Heaven Divine Emperor worriedly. At the same time, he grabbed Purple Heaven Divine Emperor's hand and channeled his martial arts power. He wanted to help Purple Heaven Divine Emperor expel the Earth Fiend Black Chi. As soon as he got rid of it, Yi Hao let go of his hand. How did this happen? Yi Hao frowned. When he was trying to expel the Earthly Fiend Black Gas, the Earthly Fiend Black Gas followed his martial power and tried to enter his body. Luckily, he had cut off his martial power in time. Otherwise, he would have been invaded by the Earth Fiend Black Chi. It's no use. This martial path power only has a temporary restraining effect on it. Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor smiled bleakly when he saw Yi Hao's frown. Let me take a good look at you. Purple Sky Supreme God looked at Yi Hao, his voice full of reluctance. The Earthly Fiend Black Chi in her body was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost to the point where she could not suppress it. She was afraid that if she did not stay with Yi Hao for a while longer, she would become like Emperor God Mo and might never wake up again. Hearing Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor's words, Yi Hao felt his heart clench. Yi Hao pulled the Purple Sky Divine Emperor into his arms. The Purple Sky Divine Emperor also closed his eyes in enjoyment. A smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, the patriarchs of Purple Sky Supreme God Kingdom were shocked. They had not expected Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor to have an affair with Yi Hao. However, when they thought of Yi Hao's current strength, they understood. My son is indeed valiant. Seeing her son pull Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor into his arms and act like a little girl, Royal Aunt secretly gave him a thumbs up. At the same time, she was overjoyed. After all, Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor used to be her sworn enemy. In this world, there was nothing more satisfying than turning her sworn enemy into her daughter-in-law. At the thought of Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor calling her mother in the future, Royal Aunt could not stop smiling. My son is indeed like his father. Yi Batian stood behind Royal Aunt and nodded. Our daughters-in-law are all good-looking. Why? Are you envious? Do you want me to find a few for you, Your Majesty? Suddenly, Royal Aunt smiled and looked at Yi Batian. Yi Batian did not look at Royal Aunt. He knew that this was a trap and immediately smiled awkwardly. Why would I do that? You are enough for me. That's more like it. Royal Aunt put away her sword with satisfaction. You are still so valiant. Yi Batian was speechless when he heard Royal Aunt put away her sword. What did you say? Nothing. I can't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy. Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor said weakly. Gradually, he felt that he had no strength to open his eyes. Don't worry, I will save you. Millimeter. Hearing Yi Hao's promise, Purple Heaven Supreme God made a sound of acknowledgement and then fell into a coma. There was no more movement. Giant skeleton, come out. Yi Hao roared angrily. Everyone looked at Yi Hao in shock. Has His Majesty gone mad? The King Kong monarch is already dead. Everyone looked at Yi Hao strangely. They thought that Yi Hao had been traumatized by Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor's coma. However, at this moment, the pile of skeletons on the ground actually stood up. What was even stranger was that flesh and blood were gradually growing out of the giant skeleton's body. It was actually a majestic giant Vaja. Sovereign beast. It is indeed a sovereign beast. Only a sovereign beast would have this ability. A sovereign beast is indeed valiant. I actually saw it come back from the dead with my own eyes. A sovereign beast is invincible and can sweep across the world. Chapter 650. What is the meaning of this? How dare you insult me? The King Kong was enraged when he saw the other beasts looking at him with disdain. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of a sovereign beast? Kneel down. The fox leader stood up immediately and pointed at the King Kong angrily. Sovereign beast? Isn't that me? The King Kong was stunned when he heard the fox leader's words. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard the King Kong's words. The King Kong felt a little embarrassed when he heard the crowd's laughter. He turned around angrily. He wanted to see who else this sovereign beast could be other than himself. Little B****, I'm going to kill you. The King Kong turned around and saw Yi Hao. The scene of Yi Hao killing him was still vivid in his mind. How dare you, King Kong? Don't be so presumptuous. All the beast commanders roared when they saw the King Kong attack Yi Hao. The King Kong clan was even more afraid. They were afraid that they would offend Yi Hao because of the King Kong. If Yi Hao didn't like the King Kong clan in the future, it would be terrible. King Kong, stop. That's the sovereign beast. The King Kong clan elites shouted anxiously. What do you mean he's the sovereign beast? Ha 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 ha. Are you guys out of your minds? Watch how I kill this piece of trash. The King Kong mocked them and threw a punch at Yi Hao. Kneel down. Yi Hao shouted coldly as he circulated the beast source power in his body. I'll kneel down. Plop. The King Kong had just finished speaking when he lost control of his body and fell to his knees with a plop. What sorcery did you use? Let me go and I'll kill you. The King Kong clan panicked when he lost control of his body. He glared at Yi Hao and roared. Have you ever experienced despair? Yi Hao looked at the King Kong clan. He could only rely on the King Kong clan if he wanted to remove the Earth Terminus black gas from the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor and the others. However, if he didn't subdue the King Kong clan, he would never help him. If the King Kong clan didn't help him, it would be bad if he hurt the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor and the others. He could only resurrect demonic beasts, not humans. Hearing Yi Hao's words, all the beasts couldn't help but shiver. Recalling the feeling of their bodies exploding from the power of martial arts, they did not want to experience it again. Because that would be even more unbearable than directly killing them. Many demonic beasts looked at the Vaja king with pity in their eyes. F***CKU. Let go of me. I'll let you know what despair is. The Vaja king struggled with all his might as he cursed. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Yi Hao suddenly said. However, Yi Hao did not move. Everyone looked at Yi Hao in confusion. They did not know what Yi Hao was up to. Bastard. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Just as the King Kong was about to scold Yi Hao, he suddenly felt as if thousands of swords had pierced through his heart. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The worst thing was that he was in so much pain that he wanted to roll around, but he couldn't. Because he couldn't control his own body. He wanted to struggle and relieve his pain, but he couldn't. His heart was almost pierced by thousands of arrows. It took half an hour for him to stop. At this moment, the King Kong's hair was already soaked in sweat as he panted heavily. I'll fight you to the death. The King Kong suddenly realized that he could move his hands and feet. He attacked Yi Hao. Hot. Yi Hao did not retreat. Instead, he spat out another word. At the same time, the origin energy in his body began to circulate along with Yi Hao's words. Why? I can't move again. The King Kong panicked when he felt that he couldn't move again. Because this feeling of being in a vegetative state with only consciousness but not being able to control his body was simply too unbearable. If Yi Hao let him go now, he would definitely kill Yi Hao with one punch. Hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. At this moment, the King Kong suddenly felt his entire body heat up. It was getting hotter and hotter. He found it hard to believe that at his level, he could actually feel the heat even though he was not afraid of the temperature of magma. Huff. The King Kong panted heavily. He felt as if he was about to be cooked. He was now like an ant on a hot pan. The heat was making him wish he was dead. Hearing the King Kong's incessant screams, although he couldn't move, His ferocious gaze was enough to tell that he was definitely not feeling well. The inherited memories were right. Sovereign beasts are definitely not to be trifled with. Everyone must remember not to provoke sovereign beasts. Otherwise, this will be the outcome. Look at the King Kong. He must be suffering a fate worse than death. He can't blame anyone for this. Who asked him to be so disrespectful to sovereign beasts? You. Huff. You. Let me go. I'll kill you. Although the King Kong's eyes were ferocious, they were filled with rage and murderous intent. The Titan monarch roared furiously. Even his words were enunciated word by word. He was in so much pain that he simply couldn't utter a complete sentence. Yi Hao wasn't surprised to see the King Kong's unwillingness to admit defeat. After all, the stronger a person was, the harder it was to control them. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He believed that he had the ability to make the King Kong submit. The feeling of taming a powerhouse was very satisfying. Moreover, this was also a warning to all the beasts. After hearing that the King Kong had been taught a lesson, all the other beasts would know their place. On the contrary, Yi Hao couldn't wait for the King Kong to be more stubborn. That way, he could teach the other beasts a lesson. If the King Kong knew what Yi Hao was thinking right now, he would probably want to cry. I'm going to kill you. As soon as the King Kong felt the heat on his body dissipate, he attacked Yi Hao without giving him a chance to catch his breath. Cold. Creak. 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 However, no matter how fast he reacted, he wasn't as fast as Yi Hao. In an instant, the King Kong felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless ice cave. He gritted his teeth. It was as if the whole world was filled with the sound of the King Kong gnashing his teeth. Everyone couldn't help but shudder when they saw the state the King Kong was in. It was as if the King Kong's coldness was contagious. At this moment, all the beasts looked at the King Kong with pity in their eyes. Of all the beasts to provoke, why did he have to provoke a venerable beast? Wasn't he courting death? As for the humans, their gazes towards Yi Hao were filled with admiration and admiration. This was because every warrior knew how powerful the beasts were in the Myriad Lands continent. Furthermore, the beasts were stronger than warriors of the same level. It was just that they weren't as numerous as the humans, so they had always been suppressed by the humans. No one dared to provoke the beasts completely because the humans wouldn't have it easy either. However, Yi Hao could make all the beasts kneel down and submit to him. How could they not worship him? Chapter 651. Moreover, now that the four god nations had been declared extinct, the largest power in the Myriad Kingdom continent would be Yi Hao's power. Moreover, Yi Hao had the help of the beast race. It would only be a matter of time before he unified the Myriad Kingdom continent. Everyone looked at Yi Hao in the sky in a daze. They looked at Yi Hao, who was so young but had already achieved so much. Not to mention anything else, Yi Hao's name would forever be recorded in the annals of the Myriad Kingdom continent for future generations to worship. As for Yi Hao's statue, it would be erected in every corner of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. It represented a person's prestige and the faith of his subjects. The entire structure of the Myriad Kingdom continent would undergo an earth-shaking change because of this young man, Yi Hao. The name of Yang Long Young Emperor would become Yang Long God Emperor and become the #1 emperor in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Everyone's thoughts were constantly changing as they looked at Yi Hao's back. More people were secretly looking forward to the moment when the Myriad Kingdom continent was truly unified. As for the soldiers, they felt their blood boiling because they were Yi Hao's soldiers. This world would be changed by them. They were going to be the heroes of the Flame Dragon Empire's expansion. Just thinking about this made them feel proud. Because if Yi Hao unified the Myriad Kingdom continent and became the only country, the soldiers of the Fire Dragon Empire would definitely be honored. Although everyone was thinking about the future development of the Myriad Kingdom continent, Yi Hao still did not stop torturing King Kong. If you have any tricks, just use them. When he felt the coldness on his body dissipate, King Kong stared at Yi Hao and roared. At this moment, he had completely given up on attacking Yi Hao. because he knew that no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't be faster than Yi Hao. Rather than this, he might as well give up resisting. 10,000 ants devouring heart. Seeing that King Kong had given up attacking, Yi Hao was delighted. Because at the very least, making King Kong submit was a small step of success. The next step was to continue torturing him and make him completely submit to him. Hiss. No. Ah. Although he had experienced the pain of having his heart pierced by thousands of arrows, the King Kong thought that nothing could be more painful than having his heart pierced by thousands of arrows. However, at this moment, he finally realized that this 10,000 ants gnawing one's heart was much more ruthless than 10,000 arrows piercing one's heart. The Vajra King felt as if thousands of ants with sharp teeth had appeared in his heart and were constantly tearing at it. He felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single bite, let alone tens of thousands of ants biting at the same time. That feeling was simply excruciating. I can't take it. No. I can't give in, not even if I die. The Vajra monarch's heart had already started to waver, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. He really couldn't accept that he had to submit to a brat. This was because Yi Hao was only in his 20s. In front of him, he couldn't be any younger. 5 thunders. Hellfire. Burn. Car split. No, I surrender, I surrender. I beg you, Lord Beast Lord, please stop. This little beast knows it was wrong. The Vajra King had experienced dozens of torture experiences. He couldn't take this feeling of living a life worse than death anymore and immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Do you really surrender or are you just pretending? In fact, Yi Hao could see that the Vajra King's loyalty had only reached 10. However, this 10 was already very difficult because the Vajra King's loyalty to him had previously been in the negative. After all, the Vajra King hated him. How could he possibly have any loyalty? These 10 points were forced out of him by torture. Although he knew what the Vajra King was thinking, he still deliberately asked. When the Vajra King heard Yi Hao's words, his body trembled. He rolled his eyes and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Of course I really surrender. Perhaps the Vajra King was feeling guilty, but his loyalty actually increased by another 10 to 20. Of course, Yi Hao wasn't satisfied. This 20 loyalty was as good as nothing. If he let the Vajra King off just like that, he would definitely be a ticking time bomb. I can see through your thoughts. Yi Hao looked at the Vajra King and said softly. When he heard Yi Hao's words, a trace of disdain flashed across the Vajra King's heart. He didn't believe that Yi Hao had this ability. The Vajra King snorted coldly in his heart. I'll pretend to surrender to you first. When I return to the ancient demon realm, I'll definitely invite a powerhouse to kill you. At the thought of this, the Vajra King's ambition and the hatred in the depths of his heart were ignited again. The mere 20 loyalty points instantly fell to the bottom. 5 blow thunderstruck. Damn it, again. The Vajra King's imagination was running wild. He was thinking about how to deal with Yi Hao in the future when Yi Hao's nightmarish voice suddenly rang in his ears. I already surrendered. You're still blasting me. The Vajra King roared with an unconvinced face. I said before that I can see through your thoughts. Are you thinking of pretending to surrender first and looking for an opportunity to take revenge on me? I'm right, aren't I? Yi Hao deliberately made up a story. When he heard Yi Hao's words, the Vajra King's expression changed. He was a little skeptical. Could he really see through my thoughts? When he saw the Vajra King's suspicious expression, Yi Hao continued to pretend. You're still doubting me. He really can see through my thoughts. When he heard Yi Hao's words, the Vajra King started to believe Yi Hao's words a little. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. If Yi Hao could really see through his thoughts, then wouldn't he have no reservations in front of Yi Hao? But before he could finish thinking, Yi Hao's voice rang out again. 10,000 ants biting the heart plus ice and fire. F***CK, how can it be stacked? You can't play like this. When he heard Yi Hao's words, the Vajra King wanted to cry. But before he could say anything, the feeling of 10,000 ants biting his heart came again. More importantly, It wasn't over yet. More importantly, his body was still alternating between hot and cold. Hot. Extremely hot. Extremely cold. Extremely cold. It was simply unbearable. After all, it was a form of torture. He was already on the verge of collapsing, yet he still gritted his teeth and endured it. What's more, these three forms of torture were stacked on top of each other. Oh my God, look at the Vaja King's eyes. There are tears in them. That's right, tears. Am I seeing things? The great Vaja King is actually crying. I didn't expect the great Vaja King to be tortured to tears by a beast venerable. At this moment, everyone was looking at the Vaja King's eyes. They were actually filled with tears, and from time to time, tears would fall. If the Vaja King could speak, he would definitely shout that he had been wronged. This was because he didn't want to cry at all. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stop his tears. They were flowing out by themselves. The Vaja King felt like he was about to lose control of his bowels. At this moment, the Vaja King was trying his best to hold it in. If he really lost control of his bowels in front of everyone, he would feel like dying. Roar. Oh. Roar. At this moment, the Vaja King felt like he was about to faint from the torture. All he could do was instinctively roar. Chapter 652. The King Kong's heart trembled violently when he heard Yi Hao's words. I submit. King submit, okay, the King Kong shouted in his heart when he realized that Yi Hao could see through his thoughts. He really couldn't take it anymore. He just wanted to end this torture. This was simply a nightmare, a purgatory. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The King Kong's loyalty has increased by 10. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The King Kong's loyalty has increased by 10. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The King Kong's loyalty has increased by 10. Ding dong. Congratulations to the King Kong's loyalty for reaching 60. Ding dong. Congratulations to the King Kong's loyalty for reaching 70. Ding dong. Congratulations to the King Kong's loyalty for reaching 90. Ding dong. Congratulations to the King Kong's loyalty for reaching 110. You have reached the realm of unswerving loyalty. What? 110? Yi Hao was stunned. The King Kong's loyalty had definitely reached a new height. In the past, when one's loyalty had reached 100, they would never betray. However, the King Kong's loyalty had actually exceeded 100 and reached 110. This showed how much pain the King Kong's heart could endure. Only then could his loyalty grow from a negative number to 101. Get up. Since the King Kong monarch's loyalty had already been met, Yi Hao stopped torturing him and instructed him to do so. Yes, master. The King Kong's eyes were full of piety as he spoke respectfully to Yi Hao. Oh my God, the King Kong would rather die than submit. I can't believe the sovereign beast has submitted to him. Of course. Don't you know who the sovereign beast is? He's an existence that can make us live or die. Why did the King Kong have to struggle in the beginning? In the end, he still defected to the sovereign beast and suffered so much for nothing. With the King Kong as his subordinate, the sovereign beast will be even more unstoppable in the Myriad Lands continent. When the beasts saw the pious look on the King Kong's face, their loyalty to Yi Hao deepened. This was the ability of a sovereign beast. A sovereign beast was the ruler of all beasts and could make any demonic beast submit. Even someone as stubborn as the Vaja King was no exception. Now, all the beasts were even more convinced of Yi Hao's identity. Your Majesty's might is unparalleled. His Majesty's might is unparalleled. Your Majesty's divine might is unparalleled. The soldiers present had all witnessed the Vaja monarch's power with their own eyes. Even Purple Heaven Emperor God Mo and many old ancestors of Purple Heaven Divine Kingdom were no match for him. However, not only did Yi Hao kill the King Kong King, he even resurrected him. Most importantly, he had subdued the Vaja King without lifting a finger. Seeing the Vaja King look at Yi Hao with a fanatical expression of worship, it was obvious that he had turned into a devout subordinate. Many soldiers' worship of Yi Hao also reached a new height. It seems like this mission is about to be completed. Yi Hao listened to the shouts of all the soldiers beside his ears, which sounded like a tsunami. Yi Hao felt as if a lifetime had passed. 5 years ago, he had come to this world. At that time, he was still a destitute prince, running around like a headless fly. Moreover, his father had been captured and he shouldered the responsibility of finding his father. And today, 5 years later, he had already wiped out the top 4 divine kingdoms in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Even the beast race had become his subordinates. Moreover, he had also found his parents. This was his greatest satisfaction. He finally had his own parents. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, he finally had parents. Therefore, Yi Hao cherished this family relationship very much. It was time for him to complete the ultimate mission of the Myriad Kingdom continent, unifying the Myriad Kingdom continent, although he had already destroyed the 4 divine kingdoms. But this was the Myriad Kingdom continent. There were still countless small countries standing. To truly unify the Myriad Kingdom continent, he still needed to destroy these small countries. Although they were called small countries, there were many saint and emperor-level countries. When the time came for him to unify the continent, there would definitely be countless countries joining forces to resist him. But so what? He had millions of martial saint experts and tens of thousands of martial god experts. He would have no fear in this Myriad Kingdom continent. Submit or be destroyed, it would be up to those countries to choose. Where is Guan Yu? Yi Hao suddenly shouted. This general is here. System, help me raise Guan Yu's cultivation to the 4th level of the martial god realm. Looking at Guan Yu, who was still at the peak of the martial god realm, how could he be worthy of the title of Lord Guan? And now, what Yi Hao lacked the most was soul points. Because this time, as long as his subordinates killed people, the soul points would be recorded on Yi Hao's head. This made Yi Hao feel deeply surprised and then ecstatic. Because he knew that he relied on these generals to establish himself in the Myriad Kingdom continent. If he left, the Myriad Kingdom continent would be in the hands of these generals. As for the native generals of the Myriad Kingdom continent, Yi Hao would never be as comfortable as the generals of the Primal Chaos realm. This might be a sense of belonging. No matter what, he, Guan Yu and the others came from Earth. Therefore, when he thought of the benefits of increasing his strength, Yi Hao immediately thought of the generals he summoned. Although he obtained a lot of soul points, Yi Hao secretly clicked his tongue when he used them. Just to raise Guan Yu's level, he used nearly a quarter of the soul points. That's hundreds of millions of soul points. It's definitely not a small number. Even Yi Hao felt a little heartache at this moment. Damn it, aren't soul points meant to be used? Help me raise Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, and Zhong Fei to the peak of the martial god realm. Yi Hao made up his mind and directly used up all his soul points. Anyway, the war has started, why should he be afraid of not having enough soul points? Thank you, Lord. Guan Yu immediately said excitedly when he sensed his cultivation. No way, he was at the peak of the martial god realm just now, and now he has reached the 4th level of the martial god realm. Everyone sensed that Guan Yu had not had time to withdraw his realm aura because he had just broken through. They all looked at Guan Yu in shock. What do you mean? Could it be that his cultivation was raised by the revered beast? What realm is the revered beast? It can directly raise a peak of the martial god realm to the 4th level of the martial god realm. The power of the revered beast is definitely beyond our imagination. Soldiers, listen to my order. Now that he had Zhuge Liang, Guan Yu, and the others under his command, it was enough to lead the army and sweep across the Myriad Kingdom continent. Yi Hao immediately spoke. We listen to your order. Seeing that Yi Hao suddenly became serious and revealed the Emperor's aura, all the soldiers immediately knelt on the ground respectfully. Chapter 653. Because of Yi Hao's order, the Myriad Kingdom continent once again set off a bloodbath. No country would have thought that the final winner of the war between the divine nations would be the Fire Dragon Empire. Come to think of it, the reason why the Flame Dragon Empire was known to the world was only because of the Myriad Kingdom ceremony a few months ago. At that time, the Fire Dragon Empire was just a duchy with only 14 dragon power. At that time, it could be said that almost everyone had mocked the Fire Dragon Empire for overestimating themselves. But today, a few months later, the Fire Dragon Empire had actually destroyed all 4 overlords of the Myriad Kingdom continent and became the largest empire. They had never thought that the war between the 4 divine nations would cause such a huge change. Because in the past wars, at most, 1 or 2 countries would be destroyed, and then the countries below would take advantage of the situation to rise. But this time, Yi Hao did not give the countries below a chance at all. That was because Yi Hao had essentially fused the 4 divine kingdoms together. That level of fighting prowess was absolutely unprecedented. Everyone had thought that after Yi Hao unified the 4 divine nations, he might make a move on the rest of the Myriad Kingdom continent. But they had never thought that Yi Hao would not even rest and directly start the war. This caught all the countries off guard. But very few people were willing to surrender, because this surrender was different from the previous surrenders. In the past, the surrenders were just to be subordinate countries. At most, they would lose some benefits and have to pay tribute every year. And there was a good opportunity, a chance to escape the fate of being controlled. In the end, the imperial power was still in their own hands. And Yi Hao was playing a bit too ruthlessly. He directly challenged all the imperial powers in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Because there was only one country in the Myriad Kingdom continent, so they could only destroy the rest of the imperial powers. And this was something that the imperial family of all the countries in the Myriad Kingdom continent could not accept. After all, in the past, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, they were at least an emperor, above tens of thousands of people, controlling the life and death of their own people. Moreover, their bloodline was nobler than their own people, and the cultivation resources were also better than their own people. If he lost his imperial power, he would be demoted to a commoner. All his privileges and authority would disappear. Therefore, all the countries, regardless of their size, expressed their desire to denounce the Fire Dragon Empire and make the Yi Hao Empire change its mind. But why would Yi Hao care about them? It was urgent to unify the Myriad Kingdom continent. After all, as long as the 10,000 countries continent was unified, there would be no more wars in this world, and the world would welcome peace. This was what Yi Hao, as a monarch, wanted to see. After all, that king did not want to see his people living happily and healthily. If you want peace, you have to pay the price. That's because all peace is bought with blood. Therefore, Yi Hao sent out all the troops of the Fire Dragon Empire to suppress all the countries. As long as they resisted, except for ordinary citizens, they would be killed immediately. Yi Hao's unyielding attitude told everyone that when he said that there was only one country in the Myriad Kingdom continent, he was not just talking about it. His words were absolutely not to be disobeyed by Yi Hao. Naturally, this caused all the royal families to resist. All the royal families recruited soldiers and bought horses, acting as if they were going to fight the Fire Dragon Empire to the death. But what greeted them was the merciless suppression of the Fire Dragon Empire. In an instant, smoke rose from all over the Myriad Kingdom continent, and blood flowed like rivers. However, Yi Hao gave an order to fight only those who resisted stubbornly. As for ordinary citizens, they were not to be touched at all. As a 21st century earthling, Yi Hao naturally knew how important the hearts of the people were. He understood the principle that those who won the hearts of the people would win the world. Although those ordinary citizens were basically people with low strength, 1,000 miles of land would collapse. However, an ant's nest could cause the collapse of a 1,000-mile dike. The development of a country still depended on the people at the bottom. In the capital of the Fire Dragon Empire, Yi Hao sat on the dragon throne and suddenly raised his head and shouted, "King Kong, Your Majesty." Hearing Yi Hao's call, the door was pushed open. A 2-meter-tall strong man walked in and greeted Yi Hao respectfully. The person who came was the King Kong. With his cultivation, it was easy for him to transform into human form. Let's go. Yi Hao stood up and said. The King Kong was stunned and then asked, Your Majesty, the war is now at its climax. Isn't it a little too early to leave now? It's only a matter of time before those countries are destroyed. I've already given my orders. Now, we must find the materials to cure the Earth Fiend black gas. Thinking that the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others were still in a deep sleep, Yi Hao was very anxious. The Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others were in a coma because of the Earth Fiend black gas. Yi Hao thought that if he saved the King Kong, he could save the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others. But who would have thought that the King Kong would also show a difficult expression? This was because he had obtained this Earth Fiend black gas cultivation method by chance. He knew that he could use the Earth Fiend black gas to control people, but he knew nothing about getting rid of it. If he had not died, he could have controlled the Earth Fiend black gas in the bodies of the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others. But for some reason, after he was resurrected, he realized that he had lost contact with the Earth Fiend black gas. The Purple Heaven Divine Emperor and the others had also fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Hao did not know if anything would happen to the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor or if his life would be in danger if he continued to sleep. That was why he was anxious to find a way to save the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor. The King Kong's cultivation method was obtained from the ancient demon field. Therefore, to find a way to save the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor, Yi Hao could only rely on his luck and venture into the ancient demon field. Although he had heard from the King Kong that entering the ancient demon field was full of danger, the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor was his woman. However, the Purple Heaven Divine Emperor was his woman. She was worth his life to protect. Moreover, he was indebted to God Emperor Mo, who was Mo Jingfang's grandfather. Therefore, in order to save the two of them, Yi Hao was willing to do anything, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. You don't have to tell anyone about this. Let's go. Yi Hao was afraid that his parents would hear about this, so he announced that he was going into seclusion to cultivate. Yes, the King Kong bowed and was about to say yes when a eunuch's voice came from outside the palace. The retired emperor and the empress dowager have arrived. Hearing the eunuch's voice, Yi Hao frowned. He did not want his parents to worry about him, so he hid it from them. But now that his parents had suddenly arrived, he could not help but feel nervous. Yi Hao looked at the King Kong and said softly, Go to the back and wait for a while. Remember not to reveal your aura. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the King Kong obeyed Yi Hao and turned to the back of the palace. Father, mother, why are you here? Yi Hao saw his parents walk in just as the King Kong went to the back of the palace. Yi Hao immediately wiped the worry off his face and forced a smile. If he had been stricter with Zimo would not have had the chance to enter the ancient demon territory. This silly girl. Hearing that Zimo had entered the ancient demon's territory because of him, Yi Hao's heart warmed and he was extremely touched. But don't worry, Moer's soul jade has not broken, which means that Moer's life is not in danger. Seeing Yi Hao's face full of worry, the imperial aunt quickly added, Mother, don't worry. Even if I have to sweep through the demon territory, I will definitely bring Moer back. Yi Hao's eyes shone brightly as he said in a firm tone. Zimo, a girl, was willing to risk her life and enter the ancient demon territory for him. This relationship was worth protecting with his life. Even if he had to become enemies with all the experts in the ancient demon territory, he would not hesitate. If anyone dared to hurt Zimo, they would pay with their life. If Zimo's life was in danger, he would bury the entire ancient demon territory with her. Mother, I will set off now. Originally, in order to save Purple Heaven Supreme God, Yi Hao was in a hurry to enter the ancient demon territory. Now, he had another important mission on his shoulders, which was to save Zimo. Yi Hao was worried that Zimo would be in more danger if she stayed in the ancient demon territory for a second longer. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the imperial aunt did not stop him. This was because she was also very anxious. She had watched Zimoa grow up since she was young. Although Purple Heaven's supreme god had fought with her for so long, the feelings they had when they were young still existed. Moreover, among the few ancestors, there were ancestors who were good to her, especially the great ancestor and the second ancestor. Without the protection of the two ancestors, she and Yi Hao would definitely have no hope of survival. Therefore, she also hoped that these people would be saved as soon as possible. However, the imperial aunt was still a little worried about Yi Hao and continued to remind him, Hao, you must pay attention to your safety. If you can't find Mo, or if you can't find a solution to the earth demon black gas, don't force yourself. Hearing his mother's words, Yi Hao did not want his mother to worry, so he immediately nodded in agreement. However, he had already decided in his heart that if he could not save these people, he would definitely not come out of the demon territory. Father, mother, you have to take care of yourselves too. Yi Hao reminded his parents worriedly. Don't worry, in this myriad kingdom continent, who can hurt us? The imperial aunt and Yi Batian laughed at the same time. Looking at their son, their eyes were filled with gratification and pride. Your Majesty, this is the entrance to the ancient demon territory. To Yi Hao's surprise, the entrance to the ancient demon territory was actually in the depths of the Tiandang mountain. Originally, the Tiandang mountain was filled with powerful demonic beasts. But now, other than a few scattered and weak demonic beasts, there was not even a single powerful demonic beast. As for the powerful demonic beasts, they had all been sent out by Yi Hao to attack the city. Let's go. Looking at the entrance to the ancient demon territory, Yi Hao did not hesitate and directly stepped in. Your Majesty, in this ancient demon territory, everyone is a demon cultivator. The area is less than 1% of the Myriad Kingdom continent, but the average cultivator's level is higher than that of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Yi Hao listened to the King Kong's description of the ancient demon territory and had a rough understanding of it. After understanding it, Yi Hao felt the terror of the ancient demon territory. Because in this demon territory, the lowest level cultivator was called a demon guard. Don't look down on this name. But according to the King Kong, when he first came to this world, he was tortured to death by a demon guard. Yi Hao was secretly shocked. This lowest level cultivator of the demon territory was actually comparable to the martial god realm expert of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Because when the King Kong entered the demon territory, his cultivation was at the martial god realm. And above the demon guard, there was the existence of the demon general. When the King Kong had just left the demon territory, he was only able to fight against an early-stage demon general cultivator. Then, in this world, what is the strongest cultivation? Yi Hao asked curiously. At the same time, he also prepared himself mentally. It seemed that this demon territory was indeed full of danger. It was not so easy to survive. After all, the powerful beings of the Infinite Kingdom continent were only the lowest level of cultivators in the demon domain. How were they supposed to survive? If one's cultivation was lower, then it would be difficult to move an inch in this demon territory. Chapter 655. I'm not sure about the strongest person in this world. I only knew that the realm above the demon general was the demon lord realm, the King Kong said with some embarrassment. When he first entered the ancient demons, it was really difficult for him to move around. After struggling for hundreds of years, he was still in a small area. The King Kong, who was deeply affected, returned to the Infinite Land continent in a fit of anger and swore never to come to the ancient demons again. He didn't expect to return to the ancient demons not long after. What a strange power. As soon as he entered the ancient demons, Yi Hao realized that the energy in the air was no longer pure martial arts power. There was also a very powerful power mixed within it. However, the amount of that power was extremely thin. Your Majesty, that's spiritual power. The level of spiritual power is above martial arts power, but it's very difficult to absorb. However, the benefits are equally great. The King Kong saw through Yi Hao's thoughts at a glance and immediately explained. All right. Yi Hao nodded. As for the difficulty of absorbing, he had completely forgotten about it. He didn't need to cultivate at all. He just needed to kill monsters to level up. If he wanted to level up his spiritual power, he just needed to kill a few people who were courting death. However, Yi Hao still tried to absorb spiritual power. Sure enough, he found that it was countless times more difficult than absorbing martial arts power. Did you absorb spiritual power back then? Yi Hao asked. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the King Kong blushed and shook his head. No, Your Majesty, no. Hearing the King Kong's words, Yi Hao frowned. Although spiritual power was difficult to absorb, the King Kong had been in the demon territory for hundreds of years. How could he not have absorbed any spiritual power? Your Majesty, this spiritual power has certain requirements for the human body. Not everyone can absorb it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken such a risk and turned myself into a skeleton. So you turned into a skeleton to absorb spiritual power. Hearing the King Kong's words, he suddenly understood. Yes. Your Majesty, you don't know this, but the cultivators in the demon domain who possess a trace of spiritual power can beat up cultivators of the same level. The Vajra King nodded, his eyes filled with a fanatical desire for spiritual power. Is there no other way to absorb spiritual energy? Yi Hao did not believe that everyone in the infernal realm was born with a physique suitable for cultivating spiritual energy. There were definitely some people with special constitutions who were unable to cultivate spiritual energy. If these people wanted to cultivate, there must be a solution. There are two types of pills. One is called the spirit summoning pill, and the other is the marrow cleansing pill. The combination of the two pills can also allow cultivators to absorb spiritual energy. Then why didn't you do anything? Yi Hao knew that there must be a solution. Don't make fun of me, Your Majesty. In this demon domain, I'm just a lowly figure in this world. How could I have gotten such a pill? The Vajra King smiled bitterly. Upon hearing the King Kong's words, Yi Hao realized how terrifying this world was. He could not help but sigh at how pathetic it was for a person to survive for hundreds of years without even being able to survive. And there were many people like the Vajra King. Sure enough, it was a world where the strong were respected. Let me break this world and let you become like the myriad kingdom continent. Yi Hao said with lofty sentiments. Where did this hothead come from? Break this world? Do you think you're playing with mud? Just as Yi Hao's voice fell, mocking laughter suddenly came from behind him. One look and I can tell that he's a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Look at that kid, he doesn't even have the strength of a demon guard, yet he dares to spout nonsense. He's not afraid of being a big fart and jumping himself. Young master, should we capture these two hotheads and sell them as slaves? We can still earn a few spirit coins to spend. Yi Hao turned around and saw a well-dressed young man and woman followed by 7 or 8 people who were talking at the same time. Apart from that beauty, everyone's eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule, as if they were toying with him. They were looking at him as if he was a toy. Young Master Wang, let's go. They're just a few small fries. Why bother with them and waste our time? Bai Yuna glanced at Yi Hao and found that the aura on Yi Hao's body seemed to be different from the people she usually saw. But looking at Yi Hao's cultivation, she still shook her head because Yi Hao's cultivation was too low. Any one of the followers present was a demon guard. Moreover, she understood Wang Badan's nature. He was a complete playboy. Yi Hao would definitely not have a good ending if he fell into his hands. As for being sold as a slave, Wang Badan was absolutely capable of doing it. And the misery of becoming a slave was definitely more painful than death. Although she didn't know Yi Hao, she couldn't stand Wang Badan's behavior, so she opened her mouth to stop him. Haha, since little sister Yuna said so, then this young master won't bother with these two ants. Break one of their hands, this young master will let them meet. Wang Badan looked at Yi Hao's handsome face and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Because Wang Badan's only shortcoming was that he had an extremely ordinary face, so he couldn't stand others who were better looking than him. But when he saw Yi Hao's cultivation, he was filled with disdain. He really didn't understand why a person who didn't even have the strength of a demon guard was still alive in this world. After Wang Badan finished speaking, he took Bai Yuner's hand and wanted to leave. Bai Yuner avoided Wang Badan's hand in disgust and didn't plead for Yi Hao anymore. After all, there was no need to plead for mercy for a stranger. Moreover, how could he become a slave with a broken arm? At least his arm could be recovered. As for becoming a slave, he would never be able to make a name for himself. Moreover, if she continued to plead for Yi Hao, it would definitely arouse Wang Badan's disgust. Because she knew that Wang Badan was pursuing her. If she went overboard and pleaded for a man at this time, Wang Badan would definitely be jealous. This would definitely make Wang Badan jealous, and Yi Hao's fate would be even worse. Before this, there were already two cases. Those two groups of people were almost crippled by Wang Badan and sold as slaves. "Hello beautiful, my name is Yi Hao." Yi Hao spoke up for himself through Bai Yuner, so he had a good impression of Bai Yuner. Moreover, he had just arrived in this world, so he had to get to know a few people to understand the situation of this world. Although King Kong knew a lot, what he knew was limited. No matter how much he knew, it was impossible for him to know more than the locals of this world. Chapter 656. Yi Hao subconsciously squeezed Bai Yuner's hand, which was even more tender than a baby's. "Hey, it's so smooth." Bai Yuner immediately withdrew her hand. She looked a little angry and regretted shaking Yi Hao's hand. She had been taken advantage of for nothing. Sure enough, all men were like that. "Kid, you're courting death. Hurry up and kneel down before me and cut off that hand of yours." Seeing that Yi Hao had actually held Bai Yuner's hand, Wang Batang was stunned. Wang Badan was taken aback, then he roared at Yi Hao furiously. What a joke! He had never even touched Bai Yuner's hand before. Now that a piece of trash had touched it, how could he stand it? He felt that he had received the greatest provocation, so he wanted to teach Yi Hao a lesson. He wanted to let Yi Hao know that he was not to be trifled with. Noisy. Hearing Wang Batang's angry roar, Yi Hao's face was filled with displeasure. Just now, when Wang Batang had mocked him, he had let him off because he could not be bothered with him. But this Wang Batang was relentless. Yi Hao immediately slapped Wang Batang across the face. The atmosphere in the room instantly fell into a terrifying silence. Even Bai Yuner was stunned. Am I seeing things? Looking at Yi Hao's cultivation level, it should have been Wang Batang's fate to deal with him. But now, the one being hit was Wang Batang. Wang Batang also covered his face with a dumbfounded expression. He looked at Yi Hao in shock and had yet to recover from the slap. He, Wang Batang, was the third young master of the Wang family. He had always been the one bullying others. He had always been the one hitting others. When had he ever been hit by others? Ah! What are you waiting for? Beat him to death for me. Wang Batang recovered from the shock of being hit and roared angrily at the group of guards. Kid, just wait for your death. Wang Batang covered his face and glared fiercely at Yi Hao. His followers were all at the demon guard realm. It would be a piece of cake for him to take care of Yi Hao now. How dare you? Don't you dare harm my master. Seeing 7 or 8 demon guards attacking Yi Hao, how could the Vaja king let them go? He charged forward recklessly. A mere 6th rank demon guard dares to be so arrogant. You're courting death. One of Wang Badan's followers was an 8th rank demon guard. He could tell the Vaja king's cultivation at a glance. He clenched his fists and attacked the Vaja king. Sensing this person's aura, the Vaja king felt fear in his heart. This was because the opponent was 2 tiers stronger than him. Without transforming, he could only fight someone 1 tier above him, because he was unable to display his true strength. After he returned to his original form, how could this rank 8 demon guard be a match for him? However, if he reverted to his original form, he would be too big of a target. He was afraid of attracting trouble. The Vaja king gritted his teeth and forcefully defended himself against the 8th stage demon guard. After the King Kong was entangled, the remaining 7 followers looked at Yi Hao with cruel sneers. They had to teach Yi Hao a good lesson today until Wang Badan was satisfied. Otherwise, Wang Badan's anger from the slap he received today would definitely be directed at him. Cripple him and humiliate him. How dare he hit me? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Wang Badan roared as he covered his cheek. After receiving Wang Badan's order, the group of followers didn't dare to hesitate. They surrounded Yi Hao and attacked him. Bai Yuna frowned. She didn't know if she should help Yi Hao. Bai Yuna looked at the angry Wang Badan. Disgust suddenly arose in her heart. If it weren't for her family, why would she follow Wang Badan, this hedonistic son of a rich family, out to train? Stop. Bai Yuna still decided to stop them. Because Yi Hao slapped Wang Badan, she felt incomparably satisfied. If it weren't for her family, she would have taught Wang Badan a lesson long ago. Moreover, Yi Hao's cultivation hadn't even reached the level of a demon guard. If he was beaten up by this group of followers, how could he survive? She couldn't bear it. Hearing Bai Yuna's words, the group of followers immediately looked at Wang Badan, asking for his opinion. I'll see who dares to stop. If I don't beat this kid to death today, I'll beat all of you to death. Wang Badan immediately roared when he saw the group of followers looking at him. Brat, don't blame us. You're the one who provoked us. You shouldn't have provoked us. You better reincarnate properly in your next life. A third-rank demon guard's gaze was vicious as he attacked Yi Hao's chest. You're courting death. Seeing the follower attacking him, Yi Hao's eyes narrowed. He also threw a punch. Yi Hao only used 30% of his strength. How could a mere third-stage demon guard be his match? Bam! In just one exchange, the demon guard's third-grade follower was sent flying. The follower fell to the ground and struggled for a moment. He couldn't be more dead. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a third-stage demon guard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Ding dong, the host has reached a new height. The system has leveled up and will redefine the host's level. Ding dong, the system has been updated. The host's level will be displayed according to the demon realm's level. The experience points will be reduced according to the normal ratio. Ding dong, the host's current level is first stage demon guard. Experience required to level up, 100. Current experience, 0. Ding dong, the summoning system will be updated. The update will take 2 hours. Ding dong, due to the system's congratulations, the host will be compensated with a gift package. Yi Hao didn't expect that the system would have so many changes after he killed a demon guard. The notifications in his mind didn't stop ringing. He actually killed little Tauzi. Didn't he not reach the level of a demon guard? Oh no, this kid hid his strength. Seeing Yi Hao kill little Tauzi with one punch, the followers were all shocked. They looked at Yi Hao in fear, not daring to move forward. Bai Yuna also opened her mouth slightly. She didn't expect Yi Hao to hide his strength. Just Yi Hao's ability to kill little Tauzi with one punch proved that Yi Hao's strength was definitely not lower than a 6th-stage demon guard. Only a 6th-stage demon guard could kill a 3rd-stage demon guard with one punch. What are you guys in a daze for? He's only one person. Attack. Although he was shocked that Yi Hao had hidden his strength, Wang Badan didn't think that Yi Hao was too strong. There were still 7 demon guards here. In Wang Badan's opinion, little Tauzi's death was completely due to his carelessness. After receiving Wang Badan's order, the followers all took out their weapons and had no choice but to be careful. Kill. One of the followers gave a signal with his eyes. The 7 demon guards attacked Yi Hao at the same time. Sensing the aura around him, Yi Hao chuckled. Just in time. Turn all of them into my experience. Yi Hao rushed forward and punched the heads of the demon guards. All of them were killed in one blow, leaving no survivors. The strongest of these followers was only a 4th-stage demon guard. Chapter 657. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 demon guard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 2 demon guard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 demon guard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for satisfying the upgrade conditions. The system has automatically upgraded. Current level, rank 2 demon guard. Awesome. Yi Hao couldn't help but roar in his heart when he heard the notification in his mind. He had only killed a few people and he could level up. The demon realm was indeed a holy land for leveling up. However, killing 7 followers only allowed him to level up by 1 level. However, he was only a few dozen experience points away from the next level. Yi Hao immediately turned his fiery gaze towards the follower who was fighting with the King Kong. At this moment, the King Kong was clearly at a disadvantage. Several wounds had already appeared on his body, while the follower was handling it with ease. Killing him should be enough. Yi Hao shot towards the follower, his eyes filled with anticipation. As for the follower, when he heard the commotion behind him, he had a bad premonition. However, before he could react, Yi Hao's fist had already landed on the follower's head. Yi Hao was also afraid that the experience points he had obtained would fly away, so he used all his strength. As for the follower's head, it instantly exploded after receiving Yi Hao's punch. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 80 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, rank 3 demon guard. Haha, this is the kind of pleasure I want. He felt that the strength in his body had increased by quite a bit. That feeling made Yi Hao's blood boil. It's your turn. Yi Hao looked at Wang Badan. You are a demon general. At this moment, Wang Badan looked at Yi Hao, his voice trembling. He originally thought that with a rank 8 demon guard as his follower, he could be unbridled. However, his followers were all killed by Yi Hao. Moreover, they were all killed in one blow. Even the rank 8 demon guard was the same. To be able to kill a rank 8 demon guard like this, only a demon general could do it. And a devil general powerhouse was definitely not someone he could provoke. He was cursing Yi Hao in his heart. He was clearly a demon general, so why did he have to pretend that his strength was not at the level of a demon guard? That was why he had kicked an iron plate. How could he have known that Yi Hao's previous realm had indeed not reached the level of a demon guard? You can't kill me. I'm the young master of the Wang family of the Castle of the Kings. Wang Badan was afraid that Yi Hao would kill him and quickly reported his identity. Castle of the Kings? Yi Hao repeated. However, his hands didn't stop moving. He directly smashed Wang Badan's head. Is the young master of the Wang family very valuable? Wang Badan never expected that Yi Hao would actually dare to make a move. It should be known that the Wang clan was not to be trifled with. The strongest person in the clan had reached the 9th level of the Demon General and was the strongest person in the Castle of the Kings. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, he was the absolute overlord. Otherwise, Bai Yun-er wouldn't have tried to curry favor with him because of her family. Seeing that Yi Hao had killed Wang Badan, Bai Yun-er instantly became nervous. Her voice started to tremble. You actually killed him. After all, Wang Badan was the young master of the Wang family. If the Wang family found out that Wang Badan had come out with her and was killed, then her Bai family would not be able to get away with it. Moreover, the Wang family had a 9th level demon general. The Bai family would definitely not be able to withstand the Wang family's anger. Because the Bai family had a bad relationship with the Wang family in the past, they wanted her to get close to Wang Badan in an attempt to change the relationship between the Wang family and the Bai family. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice for the sake of her family. Now that Wang Badan was dead, the Wang family would definitely not let go of this opportunity to destroy the Bai family. The Bai family would suffer a calamity. Because as long as the Bai family was destroyed, the Wang family would be able to dominate the Castle of the Kings. Why? Do you want to avenge him? Or do you want to capture me to report to the Wang family? Yi Hao looked at Bai Yun-er with a smile. However, his gaze was fixed on Bai Yun-er, observing the changes in Bai Yun-er's expression. If Bai Yun-er really had evil intentions, he would change his appearance and leave. He believed that the Wang family would definitely not let Bai Yun-er's family off. On the other hand, Yi Hao would help Bai Yun-er's family get through this difficult time. After all, he was the one who killed Wang Badan. He should bear the consequences. Moreover, Wang Badan's way of doing things made him very unhappy. He believed that the Wang family was not a good person. Most importantly, Yi Hao was a person who knew how to be grateful. At the beginning, because he was a weakling, Bai Yun-er had spoken up for him twice. This proved that Bai Yun-er's character should be good. Just based on this point, Bai Yun-er was worthy of his help. Bai Yun-er struggled in her heart for a while. In fact, she was also conflicted. Logically speaking, she should be happy that Yi Hao had killed Wang Badan. This was because she also hated Wang Badan's character. Wang Badan was usually arrogant, despotic, and tyrannical. His notoriety had long spread throughout the castle of the kings. However, if she let Yi Hao leave just like that, the Bai family would have to take the blame. After struggling for a long time, Bai Yun-er still followed her inner thoughts and reminded Yi Hao at the same time, "Hurry up and leave. You can't afford to offend the Wang family." When he heard Bai Yun-er's words, the corners of Yi Hao's mouth inadvertently arched. This was because he was very satisfied with Bai Yun-er's way of handling things. However, Yi Hao still asked, "If you let me go, what will happen to your Bai family?" When she heard about the Bai family, Bai Yun-er's eyes dimmed. She sighed and said, "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. What will come will come. Let's go." "Where are we going?" Just as Bai Yun-er was feeling melancholy about the Bai family, Yi Hao suddenly interrupted. "To help you destroy the Wang family." Yi Hao had an innocent smile on his face. "What?" Bai Yun-er was stunned. Then, she asked, "You're not joking, right? Do you know the Wang family's strength?" "I don't know." Yi Hao shook his head truthfully. "Then you still dare to boast shamelessly about destroying the Wang family. You have to know that the Wang family has a 9th-level demon general." Bai Yun-er frowned. She wondered if Yi Hao was deliberately playing with her. However, looking at Yi Hao's expression, it didn't seem like it. Therefore, when Bai Yun-er mentioned the 9th-level demon general, she deliberately emphasized her tone. She wanted to see fear on Yi Hao's face, but she was disappointed. Yi Hao still had an indifferent look on his face. It was as if the 9th-level demon general couldn't arouse his interest at all. Who the hell is he? What kind of strength is he? The more Bai Yun-er looked at Yi Hao, the more she felt that Yi Hao was full of mystery. However, looking at Yi Hao's appearance, Bai Yun-er found it hard to imagine that Yi Hao could have the strength of a 9th-level demon general. Bai Yun-er was still a little worried. Chapter 658. When Bai Yun-er saw that Yi Hao was really about to leave, she immediately became anxious. "Don't, I'll lead the way." In fact, Bai Yun-er was also betting that Yi Hao really had a way to help the Bai family tide over this crisis. Because if Yi Hao left, she felt that she really didn't have the courage to bear the Wang family's anger alone. Roar. Just as the three of them were about to leave, a beast roar suddenly came from afar. After hearing the wolf roar, Bai Yunus' expression changed, and she immediately said, "It seems to be the cry of a green wolf." The green wolf's realm is at the 1st level of the demon general, but as long as it moves out, it will move out in a group. "Let's go quickly." "Go." Yi Hao smiled mockingly. He was still thinking about how to level up, and this experience was delivered to him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing that Yi Hao didn't run away and instead walked in the direction of the green wolf, Bai Yuna immediately cried out nervously. At this moment, Bai Yuna felt that her heart was in her throat. Because the green wolf's strength was relatively terrifying, she wasn't a match for any one of them. Moreover, when the green wolf moved out, it would at least be in a group of 3 to 5. Therefore, As long as a cultivator at the demon guard level encountered a green wolf, they would definitely avoid it and take a detour to escape. Even a first-level demon general would hesitate when seeing a green wolf. Looking at Yi Hao's back, Bai Yuna hesitated for a moment, then immediately took out her weapon and followed. It's over. After walking a few dozen steps, Bai Yuna was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her, and her small face suddenly turned pale. Because this time, they encountered a wolf pack. She didn't know when they were surrounded by a wolf pack. In all, there were at least 40 to 50 green wolves. These were 40 to 50 green wolves at the first level of the demon general level. This was definitely a huge wolf pack. Bai Yuna couldn't help but sigh at how miserable her luck was. Not to mention anything else, just these 40 to 50 green wolves attacking the castle of the kings alone would probably make the castle of the kings have to deal with them carefully. Not to mention that 40 to 50 green wolves were going against 3 people now. And she had no combat power, because Bai Yuna herself had just broken through to the 8th level of the demon guard. Compared to her peers, she was already very good. In the castle of the kings, she was considered to be one of the best. But in the face of this pack of green wolves with average strength of the first level of the demon general level, she could only wait for death. Bai Yuna's face was deathly pale. She couldn't help but feel some regret in her heart. Why did she have to come with Yi Hao? Now, she was about to become food in the stomachs of these green wolves. King Kong, protect Bai Yuna. Chapter 659. He's so strong. Bai Yuna looked at Yi Hao's back in shock. Despite being surrounded by wolves, Yi Hao didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, he fought the green wolves with ease. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing the green wolves. You have gained 200 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. You are currently at level 4. Come on, my little North Nose. Yi Hao's body flashed with a bright light, and all the wounds on his body instantly healed. Yi Hao shouted Yi Hao. Iron Slash. Congratulations to the host for increasing Iron Slash proficiency by 1 Gale Steps. Congratulations to the host for increasing Gale Steps proficiency by 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the green wolves. You have gained 200 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the green wolves. You have gained 200 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the green wolves. You have gained 200 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. You are currently at level 5 Demon Guard. The more Yi Hao fought, the more he used it. In the end, he simply ignored defense and only wanted to kill the green wolves. In the blink of an eye, several green wolves had died. If it were an ordinary person, their stamina would have been exhausted after using martial arts like this. Fortunately, every time he leveled up, his condition would be restored to its peak. At this moment, the King Kong and Bai Yuna were completely stunned. The King Kong was a little better. After all, he had been in contact with Yi Hao for a long time and had already experienced Yi Hao's strength. However, Bai Yuna was different. Bai Yuna looked at Yi Hao in a daze. Am I seeing things? Why do I feel that he is getting stronger as he fights? How is this possible? Bai Yuna really couldn't figure out what was going on. If it were a normal person, their stamina would be exhausted as they fought, and their attacks would weaken. However, Yi Hao's attacks didn't weaken. Instead, they were much stronger than before. Is he still human? Bai Yuna looked at Yi Hao in shock. Right now, Yi Hao was like a god of death. Every slash of his blade took the life of a green wolf. As expected, the green wolves lying in a pool of blood were all cut in half at the waist. Ding dong, congratulations to host for killing green wolf. 200 experience points gained. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. The host is now a 6th stage infernal guard. Ding dong, Congratulations to host for killing Green Wolf. You have gained 50 experience points. What? Hearing the system notification, Yi Hao was stunned. Although he knew that as his level increased, the experience gained from killing the green wolves would decrease. But he didn't expect it to be reduced by so much. At this moment, the Green Wolf King seemed to have fainted and was lying motionless on the ground. However, its body was still twitching, proving that the Green Wolf King wasn't dead yet. Contract magic. Yi Hao's mind suddenly lit up with inspiration. Because the Green Wolf King was indeed powerful, if he could keep it as a pet, it would be a good helper for him. However, he hadn't used his beast tamer profession in a long time. He was still stuck at a low level in the infinite land continent. Yi Hao wasn't sure if he could still use it in the ancient demon realm. Yi Hao was just giving it a try. If it didn't work, he would just kill the Green Wolf King. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for contracting successfully. You have obtained the Green Wolf King as a level 7 demon general. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for contracting the Green Wolf King. You have been rewarded with 500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for contracting the first pet beast in the ancient demon realm. You have been rewarded with 1 pet beast gift pack. It actually worked. Yi Hao was a little surprised. He was just giving it a try and didn't expect it to succeed so easily. However, Yi Hao guessed that it had something to do with the Green Wolf King's loss of consciousness. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to contract it. After all, this was the ancient demon realm and his contract technique was only the infinite land continent's contract technique. It was like using elementary school knowledge to solve junior high school questions. If one succeeded, there was a huge element of luck involved. In fact, what Yi Hao didn't know was that because he had the power of the beast source in his body, it had the effect of suppressing the magical beast. If Yi Hao had used the power of the beast source to fight the Green Wolf King, it wouldn't have been so difficult. However, when Yi Hao contracted the Green Wolf King, the power of the beast source in his body played a role. Open the pet beast gift pack. Yi Hao immediately said to the system when he heard that there was a gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 marrow cleansing aptitude pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 level up pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 demon general level healing pills. Yi Hao glanced at the Green Wolf King, who was still lying on the ground like a dead dog. He took out a healing pill from the system's storage space and stuffed it into the Green Wolf King's mouth. Yi Hao, you're crazy. Bai Yun immediately stopped Yi Hao when she saw what he was doing. Bai Yun hesitated. What she didn't know was that Yi Hao had already contracted the Green Wolf King. Bai Yun was afraid that Yi Hao would come to deal with Yi Hao after saving the Green Wolf King. If that happened, it would really be over. Seeing Bai Yun's anxious face, Yi Hao smiled and explained, "You've noticed. I've already contracted the Green Wolf King." What? You're a beast tamer? Bai Yun was shocked when she heard Yi Hao's words. One had to know that there were also beast tamers in the ancient demon territory. However, beast tamers were very rare and very powerful because they could contract magical beasts as pets. Similarly, it wasn't easy for beast tamers to contract magical beasts. Yi Hao, on the other hand, had easily formed a contract with the Green Wolf King. Not only that, he hadn't even noticed it. Yes. Yi Hao nodded. After the Green Wolf King ate the healing pill, it immediately recovered and obediently squatted beside Yi Hao. When Bai Yun saw the Green Wolf King's actions, she finally believed that Yi Hao had contracted the Green Wolf King. At the same time, she felt relieved. However, she was stunned again. This was because she realized that the Green Wolf King's initial injuries had all recovered. That pill of his must be at least at the level of a demon general. In the ancient demon territory, the level of a pill was the same as a cultivator's level. A pill of the same level could heal the injuries of a cultivator or a magical beast of the same level. As for Yi Hao's pill, to be able to heal the Green Wolf King so quickly, it had to be a top-quality pill among demon generals. Moreover, pills were more precious in the demon territory because there were very few alchemists. Therefore, if one had enough materials and wanted an alchemist to refine pills, they would refine pills for their own use. Very few people were willing to hire an alchemist to refine pills for their pet beasts, unless they were rich. Chapter 661. Even though the Bai family was the second most powerful family in the Castle of the Kings, as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she had never seen a demon general level pill before. Even in the entire Bai family, there were only 3 demon general level pills and they were all for humans. There was not a single pill for magical beasts. If Yi Hao could casually take out pills for magical beasts, then wouldn't Yi Hao have even more pills for humans? And for a person to casually carry so many pills on him, he must be a disciple of a large family or a disciple of a sect. The Bai family might be saved. Bai Yuna looked at Yi Hao and a smile appeared on her face again. Yi Hao looked at the remaining 20 over green wolves and didn't want to waste any of them. But now that the Green Wolf King had become his pet beast, he felt a little guilty killing these green wolves. And the Green Wolf King seemed to understand Yi Hao's thoughts and growled at the wolves. When the wolves heard the Green Wolf King's command, they immediately squatted in front of Yi Hao obediently. Yi Hao looked at the Green Wolf King's eyes and immediately understood the Green Wolf King's intentions. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully using the contract technique. You have obtained a Demon General Level 1 Green Wolf. Congratulations to host for obtaining 20 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully using the contract technique. You have obtained a Demon General Level 1 Green Wolf. Congratulations to host for obtaining 20 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully using the contract technique. You have obtained a Demon General Level 1 Green Wolf. Congratulations to host for obtaining 20 experience point. Because of the Green Wolf King's command, these green wolves didn't resist at all. So Yi Hao easily subdued all the green wolves. Ding dong, congratulations to host for leveling up. Current level, Demon Guard level 8. I've finally leveled up. Yi Hao had been waiting for this moment for a long time because his body was covered in wounds. And now that he had leveled up, the wounds on his body instantly healed and Yi Hao let out a comfortable moan. Let's go. Yi Hao stored all the corpses of the green wolves into the system space. At the same time, he also stored away the rest of the green wolves. There were only 2 green wolves left, a green wolf king and an ordinary green wolf. The ordinary green wolf was naturally given to the Diamond King to ride. Yi Hao jumped onto the back of the Green Wolf King and said to Bai Yuna, "Get on." Bai Yuna blushed and said embarrassedly, "Well, I can ride one myself." "Oh, the rest of the wolves are injured. We can't ride them." Yi Hao casually said, "Oh." After all, Bai Yuna was also a great beauty. How could he miss such a good opportunity to get along with a beauty? Why don't I see any other wolves injured? Bai Yuna said unhappily. Those wolves suffered internal injuries. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Bai Yuna was so angry that she stomped her feet. Yi Hao looked around and said, "There's blood on the ground. If you don't get on, it will attract powerful magical beasts. Then we won't be able to leave." Hearing Yi Hao's words, Bai Yuna looked around nervously. She felt that Yi Hao's words made sense and reached out her hand in embarrassment. "Give me a hand." A smug smile appeared on Yi Hao's face, and his heart was filled with pride as well. "Little brat, with this emperor making a move, there's no way I can't take care of you." Meanwhile, the Diamond King, who was sitting on the green wolf behind Yi Hao, was full of admiration for Yi Hao. It turned out that picking up girls could be done like this. After asking Bai Yuna for directions, Yi Hao immediately instructed the Green Wolf King, "Let's go, Green Wolf King." As soon as the Green Wolf King received Yi Hao's instructions, he immediately dashed off like an arrow leaving the bow. Seeing the scenery around her rapidly passing by, Bai Yuna was filled with nervousness. This was because she had never thought that one day she would be able to ride on the back of the Green Wolf King. This was the Green Wolf King, a 7th-level demon general. The strength of the Green Wolf King was almost comparable to the strongest person in the Bai family. Bai Yuna was even more embarrassed because this was the first time she was so close to a man. Because of the Green Wolf King's speed, Bai Yuna had nowhere to grab, so her entire body was almost stuck in Yi Hao's arms. Yi Hao sat on the Green Wolf King and tried his best to protect Bai Yuna. However, he was thinking in his heart about where Zimoa was now. This was because it was fixed when the 10,000 land continent entered the ancient demon realm. However, after entering the ancient demon realm, the position would change. This was only discovered by the King Kong Emperor when he entered the ancient demon realm this time. Therefore, at this moment, in the vast sea of people in the ancient demon realm, it was not easy to find Zimoa. Therefore, Yi Hao's current goal was to find a way to remove the Earth Fiend Black Chi from the bodies of the Purple Heaven Supreme God Emperor and the others. Yi Hao collected his thoughts and suddenly, a fragrance entered his nose. Yi Hao could not help but sniff hard. Bai Yuna, who was sitting in front, naturally noticed the abnormality behind her. Her face immediately turned red and her body subconsciously moved forward. Ah! At this moment, the Green Wolf King, who knew whether it was intentional or not, actually jumped with all his might. Bai Yuna was not prepared for this and slipped directly into Yi Hao's arms. Hearing Bai Yuna's cry, Yi Hao subconsciously reached out his hand to protect Bai Yuna. However, because Bai Yuna was moving around, Yi Hao's hand went directly to the place where it should not be. "It's so soft." Yi Hao subconsciously grabbed it. "Yi Hao." Bai Yuna realized that she had been taken advantage of and was instantly furious. Yi Hao immediately withdrew his hand and said innocently, "I was afraid that you would fall." At the same time, Yi Hao shouted at the Green Wolf King, "You better watch out. If Miss Bai Yuna falls, see how I'll deal with you." However, Yi Hao was overjoyed. This Green Wolf King was indeed not in vain. He was indeed considerate of his master. When the Green Wolf King heard Yi Hao's words, he let out an aggrieved howl. "You!" Bai Yuna was so angry that she rolled her eyes at Yi Hao. However, there was nothing she could do about Yi Hao. She could only say helplessly, "Then don't move." She could imagine that Yi Hao's heart must be blooming with joy right now. "I promise that I won't move now. If you fall into my arms again, don't blame me," Yi Hao said with a sly smile on his face. "Me." Bai Yuna snorted, but her body kept leaning back involuntarily. In the end, Bai Yuna simply got used to it. This was because there were no places on the Green Wolf King's body that she could grab. Moreover, she did not know if the Green Wolf King was doing it on purpose or not, but he kept jumping. It was fine if the Green Wolf King did not jump. However, once he jumped, Bai Yuna's body would slide back involuntarily. This was not something that Bai Yuna could control at all. Yi Hao rode the Green Wolf King with a beautiful woman in his arms and headed all the way to the Castle of the Kings. At this moment, in the Castle of the Kings, the Wang family was already in a state of chaos. The entire Wang family was in a state of panic. "Have you found out how my son died?" At this moment, the patriarch of the Wang family was sitting on the main seat. The aura of a 9th stage demon general was so oppressive that everyone in the hall could not breathe. Chapter 662. The girl from the Bai family? The master of the Wang family frowned. Did anyone from the Bai family follow Bai Yun out of the city? As his father, the master of the Wang family knew that Wang Badan was fond of women. He suspected that the Bai family had deliberately used Bai Yun to lure Wang Badan out of the city and then deliberately kill him. Reporting to the master, no one from the Bai family accompanied Bai Yun out of the city. "That's strange. Has there been any movement from the Bai family?" Hearing the clansman's words, the master of the Wang family frowned. Could it be that I suspected the wrong person? Reporting to the master, Bai Yun-er has returned. At the same time, there were two unfamiliar men with her. Just as the master of the Wang family was feeling suspicious, a clansman immediately came forward to report. What are the cultivations of those two men? One is a level 6 demon guard, and the other is a level 8 demon guard. Bai family, it's fine if I didn't touch you, but you actually dared to touch my son. You and I cannot exist under the same sky. Hearing the clansman's words, the master of the Wang family could no longer control his anger and smashed the table beside him into pieces. This was because Wang Badan was his most beloved son. As the overlord of the castle of the kings, how could he not be angry now that his beloved son was dead? This was truly a case of a white-haired man dying before his own. Damn the Bai family. We should have destroyed them long ago. How dare they do such a disgraceful thing? They should be eradicated. That's right. The family should eradicate the Bai family and avenge the third young master. In fact, everyone in the Wang family had long wanted to eradicate the Bai family. As long as they eradicated the Bai family, the Wang family would become the true overlord of the castle of the kings. At that time, the entire castle of the kings would be under the control of the Wang family. Then, the Wang family would be far away from the emperor and would become the local tyrant of the castle of the kings. Then, they could be even more unscrupulous in the castle of the kings. They had suggested many times to eradicate the Bai family, but because Wang Badan kept putting in good words for the Bai family, the Wang family did not take action. Now that the opportunity had come, everyone was overjoyed, but they roared with grief and indignation. It was obvious that Wang Badan was not very popular in the Wang family. Gather all the Wang family disciples, the master of the Wang family said Wang's clan, said master directly took out his weapon and said. Because they were in the city, there were a lot of people. Hence, Yi Hao had no choice but to keep the Green Wolf King. Yi Hao and Bai Yun-er walked side by side towards the Bai family, while the King Kong walked behind them with a respectful expression. I don't think this young man will have a good ending. If the bastard finds out, he will die miserably. But this young man's cultivation is not bad. I think he's a level 8 demon guard. So what if he's a level 8 demon guard? There was a level 8 demon guard some time ago, but he was still taken in as a slave by the bastard. Everyone looked at Yi Hao, who was walking with Bai Yun-er, and started to talk. Many people looked at Yi Hao, who was walking so close to Bai Yun-er, with jealousy in their eyes. Bai Yun-er was a stunning beauty. She was definitely a famous beauty in the castle of the kings. Many people even stopped eating and drinking just to catch a glimpse of Bai Yun-er's beauty. They blocked the entrance of the Bai family. It was obvious how charming Bai Yun-er was. However, even more people were looking at Yi Hao with pity in their eyes. Because when they thought about the fate of the men who got close to Bai Yun-er, they all shuddered. It could be said that there was no one in the castle of the kings who was not afraid of Wang Badan. Although Wang Badan bullied men and women and did all kinds of evil in the castle of the kings, no one could do anything to him. However, no one could do anything to Wang Badan. After all, Wang Badan was backed by the Wang family. Therefore, some people who were unhappy with Wang Badan simply called him a bastard in private. Under the envious and pitiful gazes of the crowd, Yi Hao followed Bai Yun-er to the entrance of the Bai family. Young miss, you're back? The guard at the entrance had a strange expression on his face when he saw Bai Yun-er. Yes. Bai Yun-er nodded and was about to bring Yi Hao in. The guard hesitated for a while before saying, Young miss, you should escape quickly. Second, haha, Bai Yun-er, you're the scourge of the Bai family. You still dare to come back. Men, arrest her. Before the guard could finish speaking, the door of the Bai family opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and held a feather fan in his hand. There was a thumb-sized mole on his face. At this moment, he was pointing at Bai Yun-er with a cold smile. Second uncle, why are you doing this? Bai Yun-er looked at her second uncle in disbelief. At the same time, she shouted indignantly, I want to see my father. Let's see who dares to stop me. Mph, you're a sinner of the Bai family. What right do you have to see the master? And because of you, your father's position as the master is no longer guaranteed. I'm now the acting master of the Bai family. When he said that he was the acting master, Baigo's tone was a little proud. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Previously, because he was afraid of the white dragon's strength, he didn't dare to act recklessly even though he had designs on the master's position. But now that Bai Yun-er had brought a lot of trouble to the Bai family, he immediately joined forces with everyone in the Bai family to remove the white dragon from his position as the master. Perhaps the white dragon felt guilty in his heart, but he didn't refuse and directly agreed. Impossible. What right do you have to remove my father from his position as the master? Upon hearing that her father had lost his position as the master, Bai Yun-er immediately became anxious. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Now, I'll arrest you and hand you over to the Wang family to deal with. After Baigo finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, take her down. Don't, second master, please let young miss go. Young miss will not have a good ending if she falls into the hands of the Wang family. The middle-aged guard who tried to persuade Bai Yun-er to escape immediately said, you dog, what right do you have to interfere in the Bai family's matters? Baigo frowned and sent the guard flying with a kick. Uncle Zhong. Seeing the guard who was sent flying, Bai Yun-er hurriedly ran over. Young miss, you helped me before. You are a good person, and I will always remember your great kindness. Run quickly, I will help you stop them. Old Zhong got up from the ground. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, he pulled out his weapon and said anxiously to Bai Yun-er, no one can escape. Take them all down, Baigo ordered. The dozen or so guards beside him immediately pounced on Bai Yun-er. Stop. Yi Hao couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stopped them. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone stopped and looked at Yi Hao. Chapter 663. Your mouth stinks. You're asking for a beating. Yi Hao had long found Baigo an eyesore. He actually dared to say that he was a good-for-nothing. Moreover, as Bai Yun-er's second uncle, he had pushed all the blame onto Bai Yun-er without even figuring out what was going on. It was fine if he didn't protect his niece, but he actually wanted to capture Bai Yun-er and take credit in front of the Wang family. Such a person was simply worse than a pig or a dog. Yi Hao didn't hold back and rushed forward. Little bastard, a mere 8th rank demon guard actually doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let this old man teach you a lesson. As Baigo spoke, the large mole on his face moved. At the same time, he released the aura of his 6th rank demon general cultivation. Second old master is indeed powerful. He was a 5th rank demon general a while ago, but now has reached the 6th rank. At this level, if second old master is given some more time, won't he surpass the patriarch? This kid is going to be unlucky. He actually dared to provoke second old master. Baigo's entourage looked at Yi Hao mockingly as if they were watching a good show. Miss, this. Uncle Zhong's face was anxious. With Yi Hao's cultivation, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in front of Baigo. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong, my friend is very powerful. Bai Yun-er comforted him. She was still very confident in Yi Hao's strength. After all, no matter how powerful Baigo was, he couldn't be as powerful as the Green Wolf King. Uncle Zhong was skeptical of Bai Yun-er's words. After all, Yi Hao's cultivation was at the 8th rank demon guard. How could this be fake? Uncle Zhong continued to persuade, Miss, while that kid is fighting with the white dog, you should escape. Bai Yun-er smiled but didn't say anything. No matter how she explained, Uncle Zhong wouldn't believe her. When Yi Hao displayed his strength, Uncle Zhong would naturally believe her. At that time, it would be more useful than 1,000 words of explanation. I specialize in beating up disrespectful old things like you. You're worse than a beast. You even betrayed your own niece. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he dodged Baigo's attack with Gale Step and slapped Baigo's face. How is it? Does it feel good? After Yi Hao finished, another slap followed. Pa. 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 Yi Hao's hands did not stop either as he attacked with both hands. As for Baigo, He fell into a state of shock after being slapped by Yi Hao. He couldn't understand why his attack missed. Why couldn't he dodge Yi Hao's slap? Yi Hao's slap seemed to have eyes. No matter where he dodged, Yi Hao's slap would land accurately on his face. So powerful. Who is this young master? Uncle Zhong looked at Yi Hao in surprise. My friend. Bai Yuna's tone was full of pride when she mentioned that Yi Hao was her friend. Uncle Zhong looked at Bai Yuna in shock and thought to himself, young miss has indeed grown up. She actually knows such a powerful friend. I wonder who this friend is. Uncle Zhong looked at Yi Hao and Bai Yuna with a strange expression. His eyes were full of ambiguity. Hurry up and save Second Master. When the guards brought by Go saw that Second Master was beaten up, they couldn't care less about their shock and rushed forward one by one. A bunch of trash. Seeing the guards rush forward, Yi Hao sent Go flying with a slap. He turned around and rushed toward the group of guards. The group of guards brought by Go were all considered powerful. Each of them had the strength of a third-level demon general. This was considered very good in the castle of the kings. However, they were so weak in front of Yi Hao. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen guards were all beaten to the ground. They all held their stomachs and wailed in pain. Thank you. Bai Yuna walked forward and thanked Yi Hao. You're welcome. You can repay me with your body, Yi Hao said teasingly. You. Bai Yuna didn't expect that Yi Hao would be so indecent. But now, Bai Yuna wasn't as disgusted as she was at the beginning. In the beginning, she was very unhappy with Yi Hao's frivolous words, but now she was used to it. Let's go. Let's go in and celebrate your father's day. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he pulled Bai Yuna and walked in. Bai Yuna struggled for a moment but couldn't break free. She could only let Yi Hao hold her hand. It was Bai Yuna's first time being held by a man. At this moment, her heart was beating wildly and she was unusually nervous. Who exactly is he? How can he be so powerful that he could even defeat the second master of the Bai family? He's definitely not from the castle of the kings. There's definitely no such person in the castle of the kings. However, the second master of the Bai family said that the head of the Bai family has been removed from his position. I wonder if that's true. Seeing how that white dog hit the young mistress of the Bai family, something must have happened. Because the fight just now happened on the street, everything that happened was witnessed by the passers-by. At this moment, everyone was watching Yi Hao's back as he left and the guards who were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Everyone was discussing curiously. Second. Head of the Bai family, are you all right? After seeing Yi Hao leave, the guards who were lying on the ground immediately got up and ran to Bai Go to help him up. At this moment, Bai Go's entire face was swollen. Moreover, one could clearly see the palm prints on his face. Get out of my way, you bunch of useless trash. Bai Go could only vent his anger on the guards beside him since he could not defeat Yi Hao. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough? Bai Go roared angrily as he scanned the passers-by. When the passers-by saw Bai Go's appearance, they were afraid that they would be implicated and quickly left. Although Bai Go had been beaten up, they knew that they were no match for Bai Go and could not afford to offend the Bai family. Bai Go ignored the passers-by who were leaving in a panic. Instead, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Little bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Hurry up and report to the Wang family that the murderer of the third young master has been surrounded by us in the Bai residence. Ask them to hurry over, Bai Go instructed the guard beside him. Yes, second. Head of the Bai family. After receiving Bai Go's instructions, the guard did not dare delay and immediately ran in the direction of the Wang family. Bai Go only relaxed when he saw the guard leave. He covered his burning face with a smug look on his face. Little bastard, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant when the Wang family arrives. The few of you, gather people and block all the exits of the Bai residence. Let everyone out and wait for the Wang family to arrive. Bai Go was afraid that Yi Hao would escape, so he continued to instruct the guards beside him. In the study of the white dragon of the Bai family, an old man said anxiously to the white dragon, head of the Bai family, the second master has already led people to surround the young miss. I reckon that she has already been captured. Are you really not going to do anything? The white dragon sat in his chair with his eyes tightly shut. His eyes moved, revealing the struggle in his heart. Chapter 664. Uncle Bai, what do you think I should do? The Wang family has long wanted to take action against the Bai family. If we don't hand over Yun, the Bai family will be bathed in blood. As the head of the Bai family, how can I watch this happen? Right now, I can only sacrifice Yun to protect the Bai family. The Bai family can't just disappear like this. If Yun wants to hate someone, hate this useless father of hers. The white dragon was practically roaring at the end of his speech. His eyes were glistening with tears. To make the head of the Bai family, a hot-blooded man, cry, it was obvious how much he couldn't bear to do so. However, for the sake of the big picture, he could only sacrifice Bai Yun. Because if they went against the Wang family, the Bai family would have no hope of survival. But Uncle Bai still wanted to say something, but he realized that he couldn't refute the white dragon's words. Furthermore, he had watched the white dragon grow up. No matter how much pain or suffering the white dragon had suffered, he had never seen the white dragon shed a single tear. At this moment, the white dragon was actually crying in front of him. It was obvious that the white dragon's heart was in pain. Head of the family, someone is here. Uncle Bai suddenly said. The white dragon nodded, wiped away his tears, and tidied up his clothes. The white dragon said coldly, second brother, I've already said that you are fully in charge of this matter. You don't have to ask me. The white dragon thought that Bai Go had captured Bai Yun and deliberately brought her in front of him to provoke him. Father, it's me. Bai Yun's eyes were filled with tears as she pushed the door open. However, Bai Yun's voice was very cold. After all, this was the pain of being abandoned by a loved one. Furthermore, this person was her own biological father. When Bai Qi heard Bai Yun's voice, he stood up from his chair and looked at Bai Yun emotionally. However, when the white dragon saw Bai Yun's cold gaze, his heart immediately ached. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. Father, let me ask you, is the family so important that you can disregard your daughter's life and death just to protect the Bai family? Hearing his usually well-behaved daughter suddenly questioning him, the white dragon suddenly realized that he was powerless to defend himself. Since you want your daughter to die, then your daughter will die for you to see. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she took out her sword and wanted to die in front of the white dragon. No. When the white dragon saw this scene, she was completely flustered. Seeing the disappointment in her daughter's eyes, the white dragon's heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. When Uncle Bai saw this scene, he was shocked and wanted to snatch the sword from Bai Yun's hand. Young mistress, stop. However, there was one person whose speed was faster than his. Gale steps. Seeing that Bai Yun was about to commit suicide, Yi Hao couldn't care less. He immediately used his martial arts technique and grabbed the sword in Bai Yun's hand. As the sword was only inches away from Bai Yun's neck, Yi Hao could only grab the blade. His tilde it really King hurts. As Bai Yun's sword was an advanced spiritual weapon of the demon guard, the sharp blade immediately cut Yi Hao's right hand. Bai Yun had already closed her eyes, but she suddenly realized that the sword in her hand couldn't move at all. Bai Yun exerted a little more force, but it was still the same. My dear lady, be gentler. If you exert any more force, my hand will be gone, Yi Hao said as he sucked in a cold breath. When Bai Yun heard Yi Hao's words, she immediately opened her eyes and saw Yi Hao grabbing her spiritual weapon with his bare hands. The blade was already stained with Yi Hao's blood. Bai Yun's heart tightened. She immediately let go of the sword hilt and looked at Yi Hao. Why did you save me? I don't want you to regret it. Similarly, I don't want your father to blame himself, Yi Hao said softly as he looked at Bai Yun. As Yi Hao had a good impression of Bai Yun, he didn't want to see Bai Yun die in front of him. Meanwhile, Uncle Bai looked at Yi Hao in shock. At first, He saw that Yi Hao's strength was only at the 8th level of the demon guard, so he didn't take Yi Hao seriously. But from the speed just now, Uncle Bai discovered that Yi Hao's speed was actually faster than his own. However, Uncle Bai immediately said, "Young miss, you have to listen to the patriarch's explanation. He does have his own difficulties. Yuna, this matter is indeed my fault. However, I can't do anything about it. I can't see the Bai family being lost in my hands. After all, the Bai family has more than 3,000 people with the same surname. Including the people with different surnames, there are close to 10,000 people. Can you bear to see them being slaughtered by the Wang family?" "Father, I..." Bai Yuna understood the White Dragon's difficulties when she heard White Dragon's words. However, she was dissatisfied that her father was sacrificing her for the family. "Daughter, you should leave. The Wang family will probably be here soon." White Dragon found it very difficult to make a decision at this moment. He had already been ruthless to Bai Yuna for a while. This time, he really couldn't do it. Therefore, he planned to let Bai Yuna escape this time. "Patriarch Bai, do you really have to escape no matter what setbacks you encounter? Can't you just give it your all?" Yi Hao asked directly when he heard White Dragon's words. White Dragon frowned when he heard Yi Hao's words. "Who are you? Do you know the Wang family's strength? Don't I want to give it my all?" However, if the Bai family goes against the Wang family with its strength, it will undoubtedly be like striking a stone with an egg. "Young friend, I see that you saved my daughter. You should leave. This is my Bai family's matter. An outsider has no right to interfere." White Dragon looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and didn't take Yi Hao seriously. His tone was slightly cold. Yi Hao shrugged when he heard White Dragon's words. Since the other party didn't appreciate his kindness, why should he stick his warm face to the other party's cold butt? "Young miss Bai guarantees it." Yi Hao cupped his hands at Bai Yuna and turned to leave. The King Kong's face was also filled with displeasure. His Majesty clearly wanted to help you, but you actually didn't appreciate it. "Yi Hao." Bai Yuna immediately panicked when she saw Yi Hao about to leave. She grabbed Yi Hao. "Patriarch." Uncle Bai also immediately spoke up. "Let this young master stay." From Uncle Bai's point of view, Yi Hao wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. If he stayed, he might be of help to the Bai family. Huh. White Dragon was a little surprised because Uncle Bai had never interfered in his matters. However, at this moment, Uncle Bai actually spoke up for Yi Hao. White Dragon carefully looked at Yi Hao and realized that Yi Hao's aura and actions didn't seem like an ordinary person's. However, Yi Hao was only an 8th order demon guard. He couldn't figure out the use of keeping Yi Hao. Chapter 665. Originally, Yi Hao didn't even want to help the Bai family solve the Wang family's problem. But who knew that the system would actually give him a mission at this time? Save the Bai family's crisis and help the Bai family destroy the Wang family. If the mission is successful, your level will be increased by 1 level. Bai Yun'er's favorability will increase by 20 points and you will be rewarded with a gift package. If the mission is failed, your level will be reduced by 3 points and Bai Yun'er's favorability will be reset to 0. Regardless of the reward, Yi Hao couldn't bear to reduce the level that he had painstakingly leveled up to, but the White Dragon's attitude really made him feel disgusted. He didn't want to stay in the Bai family for a second longer. Looking at Yi Hao's back as he left, Bai Yuna really wanted to chase after him. But she couldn't leave until the Wang family was solved. She was afraid that after she left, the Bai family would really be destroyed by the Wang family. "H, ignorant kid, you really think you're a big shot?" Looking at Yi Hao's back as he left, the White Dragon said contemptuously. "Patriarch, just now, Second Master and his entourage stopped Miss, but they were defeated by that young master." After seeing Yi Hao leave in anger, Uncle Zhong thought for a moment and decided to speak up. Because he had seen Yi Hao's strength with his own eyes, he thought that if Yi Hao stayed, he would definitely be of help to the Bai family. But he didn't expect that the White Dragon would be driven away before he could understand it clearly. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hearing Uncle Zhong's words, The white dragon's expression changed. There was actually a trace of regret in his heart. Uncle Bai thought for a moment and said, "Patriarch, that young master's speed is faster than mine." This. Hearing Uncle Bai's words, the white dragon's jaw almost dropped. At this moment, he finally realized that he had done something wrong. Because in the Bai family, Uncle Bai was undoubtedly the #1 expert with the cultivation of a 7th-level demon general. And although he saw Yi Hao grab Bai Yun'er's sword just now, he only thought that it was a coincidence. He didn't think that Yi Hao's speed was faster than Uncle Bai. Because he didn't dare to think in that direction at all. "Uncle White, is what you said true?" The white dragon was still unwilling to believe it, so he confirmed it again. Before Uncle Bai could speak, Bai Yuna spoke first. "Just a while ago, Yi Hao fought the Green Wolf King alone and even took the Green Wolf King as his pet beast." Bai Yun'er's words were undoubtedly like a heavy bomb that shook everyone's hearts to the point that they were in turmoil. Everyone knew how strong the Green Wolf King was. The fact that Yi Hao had single-handedly defeated the Green Wolf King was already shocking enough. But what was even more shocking was that Yi Hao had even taken the Green Wolf King as his pet beast. He's actually a beast tamer. The white dragon gulped. His intestines were about to turn green with regret. Uncle Bai and old Zhong looked at each other with wry smiles on their faces. Even if the white dragon didn't say it, they could sense the regret in the white dragon's heart. Everything else aside, just Yi Hao's identity as a beast tamer, and one who could contract the Green Wolf King, was not someone the Bai family could afford to offend. "Yi Hao kindly came to help our Bai family get through this difficult time, but you actually chased him away," Bai Yuna continued uncomfortably. The white dragon looked at Bai Yuna. This was the first time Bai Yuna had spoken to him in such a tone, and to a young boy at that. But he felt as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread, unable to express his bitterness. "Uncle Bai, why don't we go and invite that young master back?" The white dragon hesitated for a moment, but still said to Uncle Bai, "I can go and try." Uncle Bai smiled bitterly. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. But Uncle Bai also wanted Yi Hao to stay, so when he heard the white dragon's words, he immediately flew out. "Yun." The white dragon wanted to say something to Bai Yuna, but he realized that Bai Yuna was looking out the door, unwilling to acknowledge him. The white dragon looked at Uncle Zhong again, but he realized that Uncle Zhong was also looking out the door anxiously. The white dragon could only swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Right now, he could only blame himself for being blind. He actually chased Yi Hao away. Right now, he could only pray that Yi Hao would be magnanimous and that Uncle Bai would find him. Because he saw a glimmer of hope in Yi Hao, and that was the hope of destroying the Wang family. Master, you. Look. Bai Go, who was waiting anxiously outside the door, suddenly heard the voice of the guard beside him tremble as he looked at the door in fear. "What? Did you see a ghost?" Bai Go kicked the guards but in annoyance and looked at the door. "What the f***ck?" When he saw who it was, Bai Go couldn't help but curse to hide the fear in his heart. Yi Hao glanced at Bai Go. He couldn't be bothered to deal with people like this, so he left immediately. "Master, what should we do now?" The guard's voice trembled as he looked at Bai Go. It was obvious that he was afraid of Yi Hao. Bai Go swallowed his saliva. He really didn't have the courage to chase after them, so he said angrily, "At least that kid has good eyesight. He knows how powerful I am and is afraid of my revenge, so he escaped. He's lucky. As long as we close the door properly, it'll be fine if he escapes with Bai Yuna." When the guard heard Bai Go's words and looked at Bai Go's still swollen face, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Let me ask you, did you see a young man leave with a burly man?" Not long after Yi Hao left, Uncle Bai came to the door and asked with a serious expression. Bai Go raised an eyebrow when he heard Uncle Bai's words. However, he couldn't offend Uncle Bai, so he immediately smiled and said, "Uncle Bai, we didn't see anything." "Huh?" Uncle Bai frowned when he heard Bai Go's words. He clearly didn't believe him. This was because he had followed Yi Hao all the way here. Moreover, it was impossible for Yi Hao to know the other exits of the Bai residence. Tell me, did you see anything? No matter what, Bai Go was still the second master of the Bai family. Uncle Bai couldn't force him to answer, so he could only look at the guard beside him. No. No. The guard quickly said. Me. Uncle Bai snorted coldly, revealing his dissatisfaction. At the same time, he used his aura to suppress the guard. You really didn't see anything, or are you lying? The guard clearly couldn't resist and knelt on the ground with a thud. Under the pressure of Uncle Bai's cultivation, he almost told the truth. Bai Go was afraid that the guard would tell the truth, so he immediately snorted. Uncle Bai, you're so arrogant. How dare you force my guard to answer? No matter what, I'm still the acting master. Uncle Bai, do you not believe me or do you not respect me as the master? Uncle Bai's expression changed, and he sighed in his heart. He knew that it would be difficult for him to find out the direction Yi Hao had left in from Bai Go. Moreover, Bai Go was indeed the acting master, and he was indeed a servant. If he continued to force him to answer, he would be offending his superior, and he would be letting his old master down. Uncle Bai forced a smile. Master, you're right. I didn't know my limits. I'll take my leave now. Chapter 666. Did you manage to catch him? The three people in the study asked in unison when they saw Uncle Bai return. Uncle Bai shook his head when he saw their nervous expressions. I was wrong. White Dragon sighed and sat back in his chair. I shouldn't have looked down on others. What should we do now, family head? Uncle Bai asked worriedly. It was obvious that Bai Go had notified the Wang family based on the way he stood guard at the door. It wouldn't take long for the Wang family to reach the Bai family. White Dragon closed his eyes as Yi Hao's words echoed in his mind. Family head Bai, do you really have to run away no matter what setbacks you encounter? Can't you just give it your all? That's right. He didn't know when it happened, but the ferocious energy and high-spirited energy in his body had all been worn away. When he was young, he also had a goal. He wanted to become the Bai family's family head one day and lead the Bai family to glory. He wanted to trample on the Wang family, who had been riding on the Bai family's head. However, after so many years, this wish of his had been tossed to the back of his mind. He had been treated unfairly by the Wang family for so many years and had given in time and time again. However, in exchange, the Wang family had bullied him even more. The Bai family disciples were filled with fear as they faced the Wang family disciples. Even so, they were still being bullied by the Wang family. The Bai family disciples had long complained. However, they hadn't chosen to stand up for the Bai family disciples or argue with the Wang family. Instead, they had chosen to shrink back and endure. Some time ago, the Bai family had discovered a resource. This resource had allowed the Bai family to rise. However, the Wang family had found out about this and sent people to negotiate. He had also given up this resource. However, the Wang family hadn't been grateful to him. At the same time, they had used this resource to send their eldest son to a sect. This had also brought great benefits to the Wang family. Their eldest son had obtained a lot of elixirs and sent them back to the Wang family. This had allowed the Wang family to become even more powerful. The first thing the Wang family had done was to destroy the Bai family. However, he hadn't resisted. Instead, he had chosen a marriage alliance. He wanted to use Bai Yun-er to help Wang Badan so that the Wang family would not make a move on the Bai family. Today, he suddenly received news that Wang Badan was dead and the Bai family was going to attack Bai Yun-er. Under the pressure of the Wang family, he did not choose to protect his daughter. Instead, he chose to hand her over. White Dragon, oh White Dragon, what have you gained from all these years of retreat and tolerance? Where did the fearless White Dragon of the past go? The White Dragon thought about what had happened to him over the years, the decisions he had made, and the final results. The White Dragon suddenly threw its head back and laughed, its tone full of self-mockery. No, I want to return to my old self. I want to fight with everything I have. I want to use my strength to protect the Bai family, not to endure and retreat again and again. White Dragon slammed his fist on the table, his tone full of determination. "Father, this is the father I want." Bai Yuner's face was full of joy when she saw the sudden change in her father. Uncle Bai also looked at the white dragon in surprise and said excitedly, "Young master, you've finally returned to your old self." This time, Uncle Bai called the white dragon young master, not patriarch. Because in Uncle Bai's heart, white dragon's high-spirited demeanor as a young master was what a real man should be like. That was the true white dragon. After becoming the patriarch, the white dragon seemed to have changed completely for the sake of the family. He was no longer the fearless white dragon. Whenever he encountered a problem, the white dragon's first thought was the safety of the family. Then, he would retreat. The white dragon had never taken a risk because he was afraid of bringing danger to the Bai family. However, the result of such a long time was that the Bai family was deteriorating day by day. "Patriarch, the clansmen have had enough." At this moment, Uncle Zhong's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. As a low-level member of the Bai family, he knew how overboard the Wang family was. Because now, when the Bai family met the Wang family on the streets, they had to take a detour. If the Wang family's disciples saw them obtaining resources in the wild, they had to give them to the Wang family. Otherwise, they would be beaten up. And even if they were beaten up, it would be for nothing because no one would stand up for them. The white dragon looked at the three people's excited faces and finally realized how wrong he had been all these years. "Get the clansmen to start preparing. The elderly, children, and women will evacuate the city first and prepare to fight the Wang family," the white dragon ordered. "What about the second old master?" Uncle Zhong asked. "Don't worry about him." The white dragon waved his hand. He didn't care about his younger brother. "Young master, where are we going now?" King Kong asked Yi Hao as they walked on the street. Because they were in the ancient demon territory, King Kong had to change his address. If he still called Yi Hao Your Majesty, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar and even lead to a fatal disaster. "Let's go to the place where pills are sold." Yi Hao looked at the wound on his hand helplessly. Yi Hao found that as his level increased, the pills in the Myriad Kingdom continent were no longer of any use to him. As for healing pills, he had to keep them on him. Just like now, he couldn't even treat a small wound. "But young master, do we have spirit coins?" King Kong looked at Yi Hao worriedly. "Spirit coins?" Yi Hao frowned. He had just come to this world and didn't really understand the currency of this world. "This is it, but I only have 3 and they are low-grade spirit coins." King Kong carefully took out 3 spirit coins and handed them to Yi Hao as if they were treasures. Yi Hao took the spirit coins from King Kong's hand and saw that they were 3 round jade coins that were twice the size of a 1 yuan coin. However, these were not ordinary jade, but were made of spirit stones in the ancient demon territory. Spirit coins contained spiritual power and could be used by cultivators for cultivation. Therefore, it had evolved into the currency of the ancient demon territory. However, Yi Hao could feel that the spiritual power contained in the 3 spirit coins of King Kong was very rare. However, these 3 spirit coins were not to be underestimated. They were painstakingly accumulated by King Kong. Although spirit coins were used as currency in the ancient demon territory, they were very difficult to obtain. If ordinary people wanted resources, they could only go to the wild to collect them or barter with others. However, after seeing the spirit coins, Yi Hao revealed a smile because he had quite a lot of spirit coins. A money bag appeared in Yi Hao's hand and Yi Hao opened it directly. After counting carefully, he found that there were 35 spirit coins inside. Moreover, one of them looked better than the rest of the spirit coins. This money bag was naturally dropped after Yi Hao killed Wang Badan. However, he didn't take it seriously at that time. Moreover, he didn't expect the spirit coins of the ancient demon territory to be so valuable. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.